Alright, hey guys, Zomb Phox here, and today it is time for the last Friday night football game of the 2025 UFL season. It's over. I know, it's pretty wild. This is the last Friday night football game. I haven't even remotely worked on the Friday night football tier list, so that's going to be a lot of work to do this upcoming week, because I'll probably end up trying to post that next week or the week after that. I don't know if I'm going to make that, like, literally this upcoming week, or I'll upload it the next week. Might do it the next week, but we'll see. So let's wait for some people to join this on. Make sure I put that all right. Yes, I got it all right. Now, I know there were concerns about the weather for this game. I think that at least at the moment, it still is on pace to happen at the regular time, which is good. Now, as an FYI, even though obviously it doesn't matter for the home team, whoever wins this game is going to get the 1 seed officially, so that is a big deal, right? You know, they won't get all the benefits, obviously, but they'll at least get the benefit of being able to choose to defer the kick or not. So that's, of course, a big deal. We got to pull up right now for who do you think is going to win between DC and St. Louis. So just getting everything's fully set up right now. Looks like we got everything ready. It should be a good one. Again, this is going to be Mike DeLillo versus Brandon Silvers. So we are seeing a battle of backup quarterback starting, which, thank God, DC's finally doing that. Though it really doesn't matter for them. As for St. Louis, I'm honestly not a huge fan of it. I don't think we're going to see a lot of other backups play or a lot of other starters play, but we'll see. Sup, Mole 10. So this stream should be fixed. For those of you who weren't here the last couple of streams, you had some issues. Pretty much from what I figured out is with fiber optic internet that certain modems don't necessarily work properly with PCs. So I basically hooked up my new router to my old modem, and since then I haven't had any issues with Wi-Fi. And also, this wasn't related to it, but this was just another thing I did. I upgraded my PC's RAM from 12 gigabytes to 32. So the actual quality of the stream, it shouldn't have any of those, like, little blackouts we've had before. So overall stream quality of health should be a lot better than it was in the past, as well as just not having any issues with Wi-Fi. If there is, man, something went horribly wrong. But we'll see. So again, we still got the feud on for another, like, 13-ish minutes. Still gotta wait for the game to start, which... it'll be an interesting one. Again, seeing backups play, you never know exactly what you're going to get with them. But while we're waiting, I should put this out. So let me make sure I get the right image to put up. Yes, okay, browse scenario. So in terms of some clinching scenarios, we have a couple of clinching scenarios for this week. They're all obviously the number 1 seed. I know the number 1 pick might have some. The number 1 seed in the USFL Conference is... basically determined by Birmingham. If Birmingham wins, the Michigan game has absolutely no meaning. But if Birmingham loses and Michigan wins, then Michigan will overtake them for the number 1 seed. Again, they won't get that many, benefits to it, but they'll at least get the ability to choose to defer the kickoff and a couple other things like that. So that's the number 1 seed in the USFL. Now, as for the other conference, it's insanely simple. Whoever wins tonight officially clinches the 1 seed. Yes, they'll be the same record if DC wins, but that means DC was 2-0 against St. Louis. Head-to-head record gives them tiebreaker. They get the 1 seed. Again, the game can't be in Audi Field, but it will give them other advantages of being the home team. So, those are the playoff clinching scenarios for this week regarding the 1 seeds and all that. We'll see what ends up happening, especially since this is a battle of backup quarterbacks. But yeah, oof, it's running pretty hard. Audi there. That really sucks. I know a lot of people are expecting that to be a really high turnout. I know Michigan, they actually ended up opening a couple of rows, which is really good. It definitely hurts for Audi Field. I know, like, Tisdale was saying it looked like a tornado was potentially going to form somewhere near, yeah. Thanks for the stream. This game probably won't stretch too far into my shift, but it's always fun to welcome and welcome addition at work. This game's gonna be something else. I mean, hopefully there's no delay. Hopefully there's no thunder. If it's rain, we could get a really fun game to watch. Won't be many people there because of the rain, but it'll be a very fun game to watch, right? Weather games are always very enjoyable for a lot of bad reasons, but as long as there's no delay, because any sort of delay tonight, you've probably got about maybe 2 hours, especially considering the East Coast, you got maybe an hour or 2 of a delay, and if it goes more than that, you're going to have to push the game back to, like, tomorrow or something, which obviously you don't want to see, so, we'll see. Let me see if I can try and find the depth chart for this game officially. Because I know that, again, we talked about it, there's going to be a lot of backups playing in this game, obviously. Let's see, spring football, blah, blah, blah. Trying to see. I'm not finding anything. I know it got posted at some point. That's the wrong game. I forgot it gets posted by like 2 days before. So initially, well, that was all the way back then, yeah. So there's been some changes. Initially, it had a lot of guys that were normal starters starting. I doubt we see a lot of that. I really do, but we'll see exactly what ends up happening in terms of who plays. I got it posted on X, posted there, so yeah. And there we go. Which is 3.5 hours away northwest of DC. It's been raining constantly since 8 a.m. Yeah, I know. Even like in NC, it's been raining pretty much the whole day as well. Playoff preview here. I hope they play the starters first quarter anyway. Yeah, I know they said Duggan and DeLillo are starting, so sadly that doesn't look like the case. It looks like we are going to be seeing backups playing probably for the whole game. Which, for DC, or for St. Louis especially, I'm not a fan of. The fact is, Duggan and Sailors have both not been consistent enough to be great in the playoffs. Now, while I do think that DC winning in the playoffs is more of a issue on their part, I think St. Louis should have played their starters at least for the first quarter, but it is what it is. How you been? Well, it was great that I was able to upgrade the PC a bit, help that out, fix the internet issue with the modem and all that, so not having to deal with any issues on that front either. So the stream should work perfectly fine, shouldn't have really any major issues with it. Should be really solid, but we'll have to wait and see, obviously, for that. May not use their free tickets this week, I'll still count at least. Yeah, I mean, it really does suck that this game, because this game was expected to be like their highest attended game, even though it was Friday night, because obviously it's the rivalry game against St. Louis, but obviously, you know, things happen, weather, it sucks. If the Battlehawks make the championship, do you think they will break the attendance record for the UFL? I do think so. Now, do I think it would be as good as it could have been last week? Or last year? No. I think that last year, if they made it, it would have been better than this year. Like, last year, if they made it the championship game, the game would have easily had over 50K. I think this year it'll be more like over 40K, just beat the record, but we'll see. Jace, I did say your comment. I said how I was doing. That's that. But, you know, we'll see about exactly how the attendance goes if St. Louis makes it again. I think they will. Spoiler to my, you know, playoff picks video next week. I do think St. Louis beats DC. This game with backups really isn't going to change my mind either way. I think that DC, they're a team that they're the opposite of a playoff team. A playoff team, in theory, is always supposed to be a good defense with a good ground game. DC is a bad defense with an even worse ground game. Their team is basically the Bengals, but worse passing game, right? So I just don't think they're going to be able to win in the playoffs. Again, St. Louis with Duggan, if you get the bad version of Duggan, there's a chance DC wins. But if you get the mediocre to good version of Duggan, I don't know if DC can win that game. I think that it's pretty clear what their strengths and weaknesses are. We'll see. The Maulers, man, it would be great to see him back, but you know, maybe in the future we'll see him come back. I will say for this game, I forgot who I picked to win it. So while we're here, let's actually pull up who my picks were, or my exact pick. I know I picked DC to win this game because it was at home, but I picked this, 25-22 DC win was my guess. Now this was obviously before the weather issue, so might be a lower scoring game, so might end up being wrong about that one, which would hurt, but we'll see. That was what my pick was for at least during that point. Sub Steven made it just in time. Hopefully this game ends up being pretty solid with all that stuff. It'll be bro, I literally just got the chat in OBS. Yeah, hopefully this ends up being good. Again, shouldn't have any internet issues like we had last week. I mentioned that earlier in the stream. Figured out the problem was with the modem, not the router, so I changed back to my old modem, and it's been working fine since. Upgraded the PC, so everything should be good. The Stars and Generals, I know they don't have the greatest of chances. Well, I mean, you had the 4 teams that they renewed. I know a lot of people really like, it's an issue that this whole article stuff with, like, the Brady, the trademarks came out during the issues of the Wi-Fi and all that. Those trademarks were trademarks the UFL already had. They were basically re-getting them. They were, like, re-upping them. So, yes, it is a big deal. The specific ones were picked, especially Oakland and Tampa Bay with all the rumors. But again, those weren't like the league going for an old one. Like, let's say if they were to go and get the Jacksonville Bulls, that would be a big deal. They didn't get that yet. But the Invaders, they already filed for that. They filed for that like 2 years ago. So that's not as big a deal because I'm pretty sure the league still owns like the LA Express as well. Not the LA Express, my bad. The LA Wildcats. And that doesn't mean they're going to put a team in LA. But yeah. We'll see how it goes, but you never know. I know Larson said that the tentative plan was for them to announce something during the championship game halftime show. Will they? Will they not? We'll see for sure. We're still, basically, well, we are 2 weeks out on that, 2 weeks in like a day. So we'll see how that goes. Sup, Lil Cam? The Battlehawks tonight. First Battlehawks game, well, not the first in a while, but this should be a good one. Doing this one is going to be fun for sure. I mean, even though it's backups in a bad weather game, man, this could be a really fun game. It won't be as fun as the Showboats Brahmas a couple weeks ago, but it will still be a fun one. Yeah, the amount of rumors, man, that came out this week was absolutely wild. The whole James Larson thing saying the Brady thing might be in his contract with the UFL. The reports of expansion news would, barring something changes, come out during then. It's been a wild week for rumors for sure. Indifferent on the Maulers, it'd be cool, yes, but I don't know if there's a draw here. I would say that I think there's a bigger draw than I think some people give it credit for, only because of the fact that when they were in Canton, they were getting crowds that were legitimately better than some of the Houston games this year or the Memphis games. So if you're viewing that as those were people coming from Pittsburgh to that game, I would then say that odds are it would be a pretty solid one. But yeah. UFC 316, let me see exactly which ones are which. I always get them mixed up. I know there's a couple cards that are just not at all exciting coming up. Like, I know there's, like, the Rodriguez versus Volkanovski card that's supposedly happening, which is, like, the definition of a literally nobody wanted to see that kind of card. Events. Dude, UFC site, upcoming. Okay, 316 should be a solid one. That's one that has 2 title fights. Yeah, Kayla versus Pena. I hope Kayla wins. That should be a pretty solid card. Kevin Holland fighting for like the 80th time in the last 2 weeks. UFC 317's main event. Of the 4 big fights upcoming, the one I'm most excited for is Topuria versus Oliveira, but I would say 316 is looking like a better card than 317, but they both should be pretty solid. 318, I literally do not care. That is like the definition of a weak card. Like, having the BMF belt be the main event, like, you're stretching it. You're doing it because it's Gaethje and all that, or not Gaethje, Poirier. It ain't a good one. That's in hell. Duplessis versus Chimaev, literally do not care. I'm not a Khamzat guy. I think that he's like somebody who gets so much credit for potential, but I mean, he's missed so many big fights because of him. Not looking forward to that one, but we'll see. I mean, that card still hasn't been made. Obviously, there's still a lot of fights. We'll see. Would love to see the San Francisco Demons return. I was at the opener long ago. We're in Philly. Expansion. We want expansion. I really do hope they announce it, the championship game. I know that's the whole talk that Larson said was if it does, officially come, it's going to be at halftime. That was the tentative plan. So we've heard that word before with UFL and spring football where it will maybe happen, maybe not. But we have 2.5 weeks to see. We'll see. It'll be interesting for sure. A lot of stuff in the offseason that's going to be very interesting to see. Teams getting added, teams moving, what will happen, what won't happen, what's just rumors, what's just, actually true. It'll be interesting. It'll be a very, very weird offseason, I think. Now, that's not in a bad way. It's just, it's going to be a weird offseason. That's for sure. Some of these commercials are so bad. Sup, Adam? Nice to see you here for today's stream. Again, we're also streaming tomorrow's Panthers versus Roughnecks game. It was a tough call between which game I was going to stream because it ended up being a tie vote in the Community Hero poll, and I was like, I'll do that one. Saturday during the day, the Michigan crowd should be really good. They actually opened up a couple more rows, meaning that somehow we're probably going to see Michigan break their attendance record for a 4th time this season, which if that does happen, man, that's insane, right? At least you got one massive W market this year in terms of improvement, which would be wild to see, but we got to wait for tomorrow. We'll see. Now, again, the plan is to stream both playoff games next year. Or not next year, next week. It's not like 100% sure, but it's like a 95. I'm going to stream both games. I'll probably end up having, 2 streams. I'll connect both of them to one if I can. Just add another OBS and do that. But make them 2 different streams kind of deal. But that would be fun for sure. Comeback straight answers, historic USFL and XFL teams. I would imagine we get at least get one. I definitely think them doing none would be a massive L. Hopefully they get at least one. LA Extreme, it was ugly. Classic XFL, baby. LA Extreme, He Hate Me, Big Daddy 69. You had some classics there. We all dance in the flames of chaos. It will be awesome, dude. It would be so sick to see him win it. Because, I mean, we're still in the commercial breaks, obviously, before the game really starts. Let me see if I can find that post on the everybody's least favorite app, Reddit. Gary Cardinal talking about the ratings being better than a lot of other people say. That was a good thing. If he's being fully truthful, that's a really good thing that he said. If you don't know, he basically was saying that, hey, we're doing better than, like, the MLB, or not the MLB, the MLS and the, that other one, the NHL. I said that other one. So, big deal. Nope. There it is. Panthers, yeah, it looks like the Panthers opened up 4 rows on their home side. That's a pretty big deal. So that's definitely a good thing. I mean, that crowd looks really good on the home side. Even the away side is looking pretty solid the first few. So that'll be interesting to see. But we'll see. It'll be interesting for sure. And back to here. Open that up. There we go. All historic teams. EAF. It would be cool to see like an AF team come back. Oilers in 6. I hope so. Like, if the Oilers lose, I mean, if you're a Canadian, you're like, man, we're never winning a Stanley Cup again. I mean, the fact that a team from Florida has made it to 6 consecutive Stanley Cup finals is absurd. That is absolutely wild that we've seen that. I mean, really. The fact the Panthers got there, I mean, after Game 2, I knew it was going to happen. Like, you can go back to my tweets from, like, a year ago. The issues I had with I was talking about the Edmonton Oilers. The issues I had with the Hurricanes and Rod Brind'Amour last year ended up becoming true again, and that was their power play. I've always hated the Canes' power play. In hockey, it's not about getting the best look. It's about getting as many looks as possible. It's a big difference from soccer. Soccer, you want the good look that gets you the goal. In hockey, it's about shot volume. If you shoot 10 shots that have a 5% chance of going in, or 1 shot that has a 15% shot going in, you want the 10 shots at a 5% shot. But the Canes would pass. If they're not going fully together, miss a pass, they lose, and they get their asses handed to them by Florida, belt to ass. I mean, it wasn't shocking. Canes fans are going to act like either A, they need to blow the team up, or say that, people are overreacting. No, the issues with the team have been here for years. Center depth hasn't been existent for years. Power play, it'll be statistically solid until you get to the later rounds in the playoffs where you're going against good teams, and then mysteriously disappears, because it still sucks. It is what it is. The Penguins. I mean, the Red Wings of the 2000s are the greatest example of, like, the same thing going wrong or trying to keep something going too long. The Penguins are having that same issue happen to them, trying to keep the boys club together, and then they just goes away. I mean, the Penguins is a rough season for them. It was a rough one, but, hey, still got Crosby. Probably have him for a couple more years, and then who knows what you do afterwards. Could be worse. Could be better, but, is what it is. The Hurricanes, man, 16-1, or 1-16 in our last 17 Eastern Conference Finals games. I mean, I can't believe there's people defending that. Like, that's saying that once you get to the really good teams, you can't even compete against them. It's rough. Because, I mean, this year's against Florida was bad. We basically outplayed Florida for about, 4 periods, really. The first period in Game 6, Game 5, in Game 5, and, a bit in Game 4. That was about it. We played like ass. We got crushed. We deserved to. We were bad. Coming review. I mean, hey, that's the big thing with the Penguins. And I mean, hey, we may be the Bills of hockey now, but at least the Hurricanes have their cup from 2 decades ago, right? I mean, hey, the Panthers don't have that. They never won the Super Bowl. Got close. Never did it. Hornets, they ain't ever going to win one. I mean, I love how, like, as soon as there's supposed rumors for Zion going to Charlotte, which I never heard of until recently, it's like as soon as that happens, man, you have all those awful allegations getting hit towards Zion. It's like, man, dude, if you're a Charlotte fan, you ain't getting nothing, bro. It's so bad. All right, for those of you just joining recently, the game has still not officially started yet. We're still in the commercial breaks, obviously, to start in a couple minutes. This is going to be a game of backups playing in a bad weather game. This is Mike DeLillo of the DC Defenders going against Brandon Silvers of the Battlehawks. Now, Brandon Silvers actually looked really solid last week for the Battlehawks in the half he played. DeLillo looked okay. Not nearly as good as Silvers, but he still looked solid. And this DC offense is basically just F it, go deep. So, you know, there's only so much you can really do bad or good as a quarterback. It'll be fun. I mean, it's so bad for the Canes, but I mean, we have the same issue year after year after year. I don't think anything's going to change. I mean, it's basically like the Steelers, right, with Mike Tomlin. Except here's the biggest difference. When Mike Tomlin gets a team into the playoffs, it's usually a team that should have gone like 5-11 or 5-12, depending on what year you're talking about. Whereas in hockey, our team is still a playoff team. It's not a Stanley Cup team by talent, but it's still a playoff team. So us making the playoffs and getting a deep run in a sport where momentum matters more than any other sport, not as impressive as, let's say, Mason Rudolph being a playoff quarterback like Mike Tomlin pulled off. Just saying. Buying an arena team, but I thought they were going to buy a UFL team. I mean, a lot of it is the money issue. I mean, arena teams are a lot cheaper than like a UFL team, and of course the UFL getting ownership. I feel like it would have been a big... I think once it became clear they were announcing it on like a random Thursday, it was pretty obvious at that moment it wasn't a UFL team. The UFL would have made it a much bigger deal, but hey, congrats to them getting a team. That or the Kansas State men's basketball team going to Elite Eight, 8 Elite Eights in a row and never the Final Four. That's bad. That's bad. That might be worse. I mean, college basketball is like NFL football. It's you get one game. Like anything can happen. That's bad. I agree. I think the Brandon Silvers masterclass could come here. The Seattle Dragon, the guy from the AAF. I think they can pull it off. So right now the weather looks cloudy. Again, if you're wondering why there's not so many people in DC, it's because the whole day has just been rain, rain, rain. So let's see. Defenders are kicking it off. The Battlehawks will get the ball first. It is kicked off. Going to be initially returned about the 5-yard line, up to the 10, the 20. Tries to cut to the right, but gets hit. Still on his feet. Goes to the left side of the field. Going to the 25. Still going to the left, the 30. And he gets tackled at about the 35-yard line. Really long return and just a time and overall yards traveled, but only gained 35 yards. Still a really solid return. But definitely one of those returns where spent a lot of time to gain a few extra yards. So let's see what the former AAF guy can do, Brandon Silvers. Again, looked pretty solid last week. Made a lot of accurate throws. A couple of his incompletions weren't even really on him. We'll see if he continues that against this not-so-great DC defense. In shotgun, running back to his left. 3 receivers to his right, 1 to his left. Ball is snapped, looks to the middle of the field, looks to the left side of the field. Throws it deep on the first play. It is going to be caught by Hakeem Butler at the 30-yard line. The 25-yard line. Wild play. Very first play of the entire game. Deep shot to the left. Beautiful pass by Silvers. That was almost a perfect pass right there. Again, I know I said it during the stream last week. A little bit of what I saw from Silvers scared me. And by scared me, I mean in a sense that maybe you should start him over Duggan. That kind of throw right there, excellent throw right there. Look at that. Perfect pass to Hakeem Butler. He was the only guy who could have caught that. Great opening pass. That's a 21,000. Yeah, definitely a calm moment right there. 2 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Ball is snapped. Fakes the handoff. Quick little screen pass to Ja'Cory Pearson. Pearson makes a really bad move. That was a bad call on him. Pearson went to the left to Hakeem Butler, who was pushing his block or his defender to the left. That was on Pearson. He should have cut inside. He wouldn't have gained a ton of yards, but he would have gained about 3.5 yards. Instead, he ends up only gaining about 1. It looks like it is mainly the starting quarterbacks are sitting out, at least for St. Louis. I also think Sailors is sitting out, but the rest look to be playing, at least at the moment. Hakeem Butler, Ja'Cory Pearson are still in. Ball is snapped. They hand it off to Howard to the 20-yard line. The 15, the 10, first down, 5-yard line, goes out of bounds about the 3-yard line. Really solid run. But yeah, Sailors and Duggan are not playing for the Battlehawks, at least at the moment. So they are sitting out. And DC, I know Teamu is. I don't know for sure about anyone else. The winning championship in the NHL is much harder than the other 3 sports. I would say to a point, yeah, because in hockey, a lot of it is based on momentum. Because if you have momentum as a team, you can literally go to like the number 1 seed's house and just crush them in like a 5-game series. In shotgun, 2 receivers to the left, 2 to the right, running back to his right as well. Ball is snapped. Quick pass to the right. It's a 1-on-1. That might be PI. It is PI, so that incompletion is going to be overturned. That was a solid decision by Silvers, but DPI. Another thing with hockey as well is it's the most physical sport. Like, for how much football is physical, when you're talking about hockey, you're talking about up to 7-game series in 4 consecutive rounds. That's a lot tougher than football. And also, you have the most important position in all of the major 5 sports, that being the NHL goaltender. If you have a really good goalie or going against one, it can make a really rough series. UC Saros was able to carry the Predators a couple years back for to the second round when that team was nowhere near second round good just because he was that good a goalie. In shotgun after the DPI penalty, they're going to be at the 1.5 yard line. In shotgun, 2 receivers to his left. Ball is snapped. They hand it off in the middle. And he gets the touchdown. It is 6-0 St. Louis over DC already. My TV stream is still on the opening kickoff. Well, I mean, if it's a stream, yeah. I know my Fox is normally really fast compared to a lot of other people, whereas my ABC is really slow for some reason. But obviously, if you're streaming, it's always going to be a bit delayed, especially things like ESPN for me, but yeah. Love bad weather football, true. DC and St. Louis using aggregate score in the next 2 weeks here. That would be, I would say that would be really cool to see a football league do that. That would be really cool, honestly. The Battlehawks are going to go for 1. They are in shotgun, pretty much lining up almost every receiver to the right side of the field. Running back is to the left of Silvers. Motions the tight end to the left as well. Get somebody jump off sides. This should be a free play unless he didn't get off sides, but doesn't even matter because it looks like he, may have gotten in. Depends where forward progress is given. He might have gotten that or he might not have. They're going to call him short, so he did not get the line of gain, did not get the 1-point conversion, but it is still 6-0 St. Louis over DC. So we're going to end that poll right now, especially after they just got the touchdown that quick. There is a flag again. This might be something on the Battlehawks. We did see DeAndre Baker, I believe, have his helmet off. So we'll see. Yep, it is offsides on the defense. I did call that one. That was a pretty easy one to see, so not shocked about that. I will say the UFL randomly brought back the weekend slate post, which I was happy, but I wish they would have done it the past 2 weeks, so all my, thumbnails would have been the same, but bruh. Later, our DC crowd, well, the thing with DC is this game is not going to have incredible attendance. So we talked about it early in the stream, but the issue with DC is the entire day up until literally about 40 minutes ago, it's been rain and thunderstorms and hard rain. So a lot of people that were going to go there ended up obviously not going there because the weather was really bad. Basically like Memphis, except they still ended up being able to play the game, unlike last week where they had to push it back 3 hours. So it's going to be a big issue in terms of the actual crowd because of the weather, which does hurt because Michigan is expected to break their attendance record again this week, as well as the fact that, this is the rivalry game, but weather happens. Brandon Silvers played last week, looked pretty good, and he's the AAF legend right there. Agreed. I will say, if Silvers keeps this up, man, I know they're going to probably start Duggan, but I said it last week. He looked really solid last week, Brandon Silvers, in the half he played. And that was still against the Brahmas team trying to win. He looked really solid. Again, it was against the Brahmas, so, and this is the DC Defender, so, those are the 2 weakest defenses in the league, pretty much, but still looked really solid last week, and first drive, that incredible throw to Akeem Butler was an awesome one. We'll see. 25,000. Okay, so we're just saying numbers. Go to Audi Field. I believe their max is 18,301. I think it's something almost exactly like that. And Seattle Dragon legend. The Indy 500 gave us that great opening, or that great number for last week. I will say I never got any word on what the TV ratings was for the replayed game. I really would have loved to see that. But I didn't get anything on that. Tried to, couldn't. Curse you, Mother Nature. Yeah, well, how dare you interfere in my UFL football? Go rain in Memphis. It'll only hurt their attendance by 20%. Chase Daniel. Why am I seeing this fellow on my TV? I forgot. I'm pretty sure he's one of the guys here, but definitely a wild one to talk about. At the Capitol there, bruh. Chase Daniel, the commentator. Hey, Silvers is a legend. He was here last year. He just never played. He was the backup guy, and everybody thought he was done. And then, of course, Cordero gets hurt. He joins the team, and now he's getting a start, which is pretty wild. Kickoff is up for the Battlehawks. Is going to be recovered at about the 10-yard line. Gets to the 15, going up the middle, the 20, the 25, cuts to the left, gets to the 30, the 35. He's got a big return here, the 40, the 45. He's going to go out of bounds at about the 49-yard line in DC territory. Really, really big return right there. That was about a 37-ish yard return from where he got it. Actually, a bit more than that. Really solid return for him right there. So is leading the Battlehawks to a championship will be legendary. He kept Johnny Football playing much in Memphis. That is a classic moment. Johnny Football with the Memphis Express, man. Oh, my goodness. So let's see what Mike DeLillo can do here. Again, this is the battle of backup quarterbacks. Though, like I said, Silver's legit could be a starter for the Battlehawks, whereas Mike DeLillo, hey, it's DC. Literally any quarterback in this league could pretty much start for them unless you're Jared Garantano or Anthony Brown. 1st and 10 for DC in shotgun. 3 receivers to the left or to the right, running back to the right as well. Ball is snapped. It is a handoff up the middle, and it gets about 2 yards. Different quarterback, still a bad ground game. Yeah, it's pretty wild, but we haven't seen a lot of opening drive touchdowns even this entire season, because early on in the season, right, you had like those first 3 weeks where there's just like almost no scoring in any game. Then afterwards, it was a lot of second half scoring, and then it became full game, but we haven't seen a lot from really any team, but especially St. Louis. Abram Smith, I don't know if I would say this player to watch. In shotgun, 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, running back to the right as well, motioning one of the tight ends from the far right to the closer right. Ball is snapped. It's going to be a throw. Looks to the middle of the field. Looks to the right. Throws it. It's going to be a little dump-off pass to the running back who gets about a 5-yard gain with forward progress. About a 4.5, but still a solid play right there. Going to be about 3rd and medium here for the DC defenders. Yeah, a little bit of rain, and now there's rain coming, the legit showers. Again, it's not hard rain. It looks like just, your basic, let's just say, massive drizzle. So 3rd and 5, let's see what happens here again. Obviously, when there's rain, it makes the ball a lot harder to grip, makes it a bit harder to throw, more susceptible to, obviously, dropping snaps, so we'll see. 3rd and 5, in shotgun, 2 receivers on both sides. Ball is snapped, looks to the right side of the field, rolls up in the pocket, and he gets tackled almost immediately for about a 3.5-yard loss on the sack. So they're going to get that great return and are going to be forced to punt anyway. Definitely a really bad blow to your special teams unit who just have that massive return, and instead you went 3 and out, not good for them. Going to be that cheese treatment that, man, I hope the Stallions don't make it again. It would be so bad if they end up winning again. Oh my goodness. That would be rough. 4th and 6. They are punting it here. They didn't let them lose as much yards as I thought they would. The punt is up. It is going to be returned about or bounced in the end zone. Touchback. Let's go see what's on the Twitter world right now. Any posts from anything? Dude, I do not care about the Premier Lacrosse League. Like, I'm sorry. I just do not. Okay, so that was about all I saw. I actually thought there's no Friday night game in Week 10. Yeah, there's a Friday night game every single week during the regular season, though obviously in the playoffs, that's the first week where there's not one. The playoffs are both games on Saturday at 3 and 6 respectively. And then the next year you have it at, or not next year, the week after the championship game is at like Saturday night at like I think 8 or 7 p.m. But yeah, there is a Friday night game this week. This is the last Friday night game of the season. Tier list for Friday night football games will probably come out in the next 2 weeks. I honestly don't know if I'm going to do it this week, like this upcoming week, or the next week. I might do it the next week just so I, can get the weekly video being my playoff predictions this week. Then next week I'll have the Friday Night Football tier list, but we'll see. Or might be the Showboats Roughnecks video. I don't know. I don't know for sure what I might do that one and then have it be the first video during the off season. We'll see. Nice Khalifa, you don't want to throw knuckleballs to your receivers. DC starting, defense starting. I believe pretty much most starters are starting at least some of this game aside from like the big names like the quarterbacks, but yeah. Panthers v. Battlehawks would be awesome. That would be an epic game right there. The crowd would be huge. You know that. For those two teams especially, it would be huge. It would be awesome. Showboats, Panthers, started much this season, especially the latter half. Yeah, the DC defense, man, yikes. I want Panthers to be Battlehawks 1000%. I think most people really do, unless you're like a DC or a Birmingham fan. I think that's just such a good matchup because both games they've played have been absolute nail biters of games, despite them being two complete different seasons. They've both been incredible games. The crowds have loved it. I think a lot of Panthers fans might even argue that with the Maulers gone, their biggest rival might be the Battlehawks. I know that they want to say the Stallions, but it's like the joke, right, with the Sixers, Joel Embiid. Like I posted on Twitter once. Like, I mean, is it really a rivalry if they keep kicking their ass every time? And I know the Roughnecks have had a couple of great games. I think the Panthers, Battlehawks, despite being cross conferences, I think that's probably one of the best rivalries in the league. May only be 2 years old, but I mean, those two games, it's pretty tough to pick two DC St. Louis games that are better than that one. Oh, this is not what we want to see. They are going into the locker rooms because of the weather. It is in weather delay. Unbelievable L here. We do not like to see that. Okay. That's not what you want to see. We are in weather delay, chat. Not good. Yeah, it looks like, yeah, it went from that really hard drizzle, like a massive drizzle to, like, legit rain. And, like, I was about to say that what Adam just said. Some lightning stuff. Yeah, I was saying this earlier, I think before a lot of people joined. Because this game is in the eastern side of the country, legitimately, you've got maybe 1 or 2 hours maximum for this game to be resumed, or else it's going to be pushed back to tomorrow. So yeah, we're into weather delay. We're in the weather delay right now. Invoice, bro. Jake, what you doing in there? Scroll down. Shout out to everyone who went tonight. No, it's never been more over. This game obviously made a later kickoff. Yeah, should have, but welcome to might be here for a while. Happens a lot. Chiefs games, rain delays. Yeah, those are definitely some classic ones that I remember. I remember there's that like one Sunday night football game that got delayed like an hour. But again, the big issue is because it's an Eastern Conference game or Eastern Conference. Dude, I'm so used to talking about basketball and hockey to people the last couple weeks. Because this is an eastern side of the country game, it means that this is 8:20, right? So you really can only push this game back an hour or two. Because if you push it back, let's say 3 hours, you're saying the game doesn't resume till 11:22 local time. You can't have that. Hell, I would say even 2 hours is too much. You've got basically like an hour to resume this game, or else you're pushing it back till tomorrow. Which if it does in terms of streams, depends on when they push it back. But we'll see. Yeah, it's pouring. It is pretty bad. Chiefs are looking solid for this next season. Dude, when are they not in this Mahomes era? It's been pretty good for him. So let me see if I can find my little text thingy. Okay. Yeah, that's a classic. If you know, you know. Okay. Game is in weather. I really hope I don't misspell something here. That'll look so bad for me. Game is in weather delay. There we go, chat. We'll put that right there. So that's just people joining in. Game is in weather delay. Okay, we cannot have that. Text transform. No. Alignment. We need the center alignment. We need it to look good. There we go. I saw my shift at 22 EST, so I welcome this delay. Play all night. I would like to see the Bills versus Ravens AFC Championship game. Hey, that will be cool because then at least one team's not going to choke, but we'll see. Chiefs are a great team, but I'm glad they didn't repeat for sure. Bro, where are they even going to put the game? Actually, a good point. It might go back to ESPN Plus or something like that. Oh, that would be so rough. Yeah, it's rough. Well, while we're... I don't know, they probably don't have anywhere to put these players overnight. They're playing until 2 a.m. on FS2. Don't say that. That would be so bad. That would be rough, but... Man, this I was expecting this to happen, but this is a wild one. That's for sure. Underdog stuff showing these ads. I wonder when they're going to start playing a replay of another game. That's probably going to happen soon, but we'll see. And the worst part is, I don't even think there's anything I'd put on as, like, an extra play-by-play, because there's no NBA game until tomorrow. Right? So, we're just not loading Google? Yeah, tomorrow, so... That was almost bad. I almost X'd out of the wrong tab. Chiefs have played a weather-delayed game at 11 p.m. before. That's what I mean, though. The one issue with that is because of the fact that EST versus, like, Central or something like that. Because we're in the East Coast, with this game being in the East Coast, that's the issue. Like, if you're in, like, the Chiefs area, you're completely fine pushing the game back and playing it locally because you're at least getting it done. But while we're here, it's just, yeah. We'll play snow, but not pouring rain. Well, it's mainly because of the lightning stuff. That's the issue, is lightning. So whenever you see a lot of rain like this, it usually means there's a lightning issue, so that's the thing. Showboat Stallions. They should put on the Showboats Brahmas, the best Friday Night Football game of the season. That's what they should put on. That would be a W one to put on. That's also the NFL versus UFL. True. One of these things is not like the other. Well, I mean, we're kind of in a no man's land of stuff to do. Let me see if I can... F's for fans. Gates are currently closed. Gates B are open. Bruh. Let me do this real quick on another mass. Go over here. Search. Bruh, who DM'd me? I bet it was Adam or Nope. No, it wasn't. Okay. Shot. I stand corrected. Solid take. Chiefs will go. One of these things not together. Def sucks. Well, chat, while we're in a weather delay, it's a matter of what to do. Should we do something, I guess, fun? I could do a Sporcle quiz of trying to name every USFL team. Or do something else while we're, in the downtime, not really doing anything. I would do a play-by-play of like an NBA or NHL game, but we don't have something else on right now. I would say this, like, if the game does not resume by 9:30, yes. That's definitely what I figure out. If they do not start playing again by 9:30, the answer is yes. Because of how early on because of how early on in this game you are, there's no way you can realistically hold this game off until 10 o'clock. 9:30 is the absolute latest you can resume this game today. And if not, you're cooked. I'm not doing no baseball play-by-play. No, I ain't doing that. But yeah, so I would say by 9:30 is pretty much what you have the limit for. If it doesn't start by 9:30, you're cooked. You're going to have to push the game back. Wow, thanks UFL Twitter for just now posting the games in weather delay. That's really, really helpful. Okay then, so... Dude, I want to do this, but I don't know if I can because of where my PC is. Put this here. Put it here. Yeah, screw it. Well, let's do this. It'll be... At least it's something to do. So, game is in weather delay. Let's do this. So I keep this one here. Yeah, mainly because it's in the East Coast. That's the issue, is because it's an East Coast game. I'm just butchering every word I can physically use. Because it's in the East Coast, you can only have it be delayed for so long without it actually screwing something up. So yeah, tornado watch in DC, yeah, that is not good. I bet they probably do delay it till tomorrow. They would keep everything the same. They wouldn't do anything else, but definitely would keep it till tomorrow. Alright, so while we're in this little break, let's do something fun. Let's see if I can name every USFL team. This is just the USFL. Hopefully this is all of them. Yes, this does. I expect to get at least 17 of these. I'll probably forget one team. 5-minute timer, that sucks. Let's just go for it. Okay, I don't have to do that. Okay, good. Bulls, Bandits, Invaders, Gunslingers, Stars, Panthers, Stallions. I'm literally already starting to blank. Whenever you do these quizzes, you always think you know them, and then you start the quiz and you get blanked. The Gamblers is a classic. Oakland, LA Express, okay, 84-85. Team that joined in the second season. I can't remember that top of my head. I know there's like 6 teams that had the second season. How many of the current teams have I named? The Bandits, Stars, Generals, Panthers. Did I name the Panthers? I believe I did. Yes, I did. How many 83 teams I'm missing? 83 teams are the ones I'm... like I said, whenever you start these quizzes, that's when you always get kind of mixed up. Don't worry, I have this covering my chat, so I can't see the chat. Oh, I got 11 already? Oh, I thought... Okay, I was wondering why it would look like I was so cooked. San Antonio Breakers. I knew I was forgetting one of the teams they brought back. Boston Breakers. I always forget they played in like 18 different places. That's right, one of the teams merged. You have the Outlaws. Oh, what team moved to 85 and added a new name? Oh, the Federals. Not the Federals, the Renegades. Remember, there was a Renegades team before Arlington, the Orlando Renegades. That was the Federals. The Federals moved to there and became the Orlando Renegades. 83, 84, and they got rid of them in 84. Okay, that wasn't the Panthers. That's another team. I'm trying to think. Northeast. Northeast. Am I forgetting a team in Northeast? There wasn't a Seattle team in the USFL. 84, 85. I knew there's a couple teams I'm forgetting. I knew this was going to happen. There's going to be a couple teams. I think there's one more team in this current era I'm completely spacing out on. Let me think. North Division was the Maulers, Panthers, Breakers, not Breakers, Stars and Generals, name those teams. Breakers, Bandits, name those teams. The Showboats. You know I forgot one of the current teams. Showboats, so yeah, that's that. 83, 85, Players, Express, already named them. 83 and 80, okay, all the teams are from 83. Wow, I can't believe I'm actually spacing on the 83 teams. Orlando, already named them. Tampa Bay, already named them. Orlando, Tampa, and Jacksonville already named us. That's all the Florida teams down. And there was no North Carolina team. Already named the Showboats. Named the Stars. Named the Maulers. Right? Yes, named the Stars. Named the Maulers. Federals. I already named the Federals, correct? Oh, did I spell Federals wrong? Hold up. Where are the Federals at? Or am I spelling Federals wrong? I thought, okay, really? I did name them. Okay, I didn't see they were named the bottom right. Oh, what three teams am I forgetting about? I said the Gunslingers, right? San Antonio Gunslingers, Tampa Bay Bandits, Bandit Ball, Stallions. Oh, this is going to be rough. I'm going to hate watching this, and I'm going to hate chat, too. I know chat's going to be cooking me for missing this. I'm just forgetting. I know I'm spacing on three teams. 83 and 84, so they either merged with another team. Like, I know there's a team like the Outlaws. Like, I know there's a team like the Outlaws that I always forget about. I think it's one of the teams like Doug Williams played on. I'm trying to think of the cards as well, because I've had a lot of the cards. The Generals were with that team. Who played in the championship game? The Invaders. Oh, the Chicago Blitz. That's right. Chicago Blitz. I knew there's a team I was forgetting that had a Hall of Famer on. I believe they had, I think that was the team Marvel Lee was on, and I think the GM was there as well. There was a couple of Hall of Famers in the Blitz, I believe. 83, 85. Oh, the Denver Gold. Yeah, once I saw 83, 85 clicked, I remember the Gold that they played in all three seasons. Really shocking. They're like the only team that played in like all 3 years in the same spot. Them and like the Stallions are pretty much it. And the Bandits, I believe. So yeah, there's a couple teams. 83, 84. So they played 2 seasons, didn't play in 85, so it means they folded. Oklahoma didn't play the whole time. Arizona, the Wranglers. I'm getting all of them. Bam. That's all 19. Average score is 73%. Let's go. Okay, let me look at chat now. Tornado Watch, Orlando, Atlanta, Gunslings, Emerald Gold. Yeah, the Gold. I knew I was forgetting that one. So I don't have the Clears memory. Federal's Gold. Wasn't a Gold. I completely forgot about the Denver Gold. I can't believe I got all of them. Okay, that was a massive W. Still a minute left. I got every single one of them. I would do the World League of Football, but this is gonna. Oh, you know what? Let's do that one. You know, this is fun. We're still in weather delay, chat. For those of you joining this, we're still in weather delay. Hold up. Oh no, not the World League of Football. Oh, is it WLF? Yes, it was WLF. Okay. So let's do this one. I gotta cover chat up again. This is the World League of Football. This is gonna be rough. I know some of these teams. 5 minutes. If I get 10, I'll be shocked. Oh, so like this. Ooh, this is actually worse. I'm pretty sure the Gunslingers were in the league first. No, they weren't. Okay, so we're already screwed, chat. That's right, they played in a different league. I forgot about that. Sting. Fuck. Pause. Oh, this is bad. This is actually really bad. It's not one of these. It's not this. It's Southmen. It's not that. It's Pirates. Nope, Steamer. That's right. Bell. Didn't even need to see another team. Hornets. No. Yellow Jackets. It wasn't Hornets. Okay, so, chat, I'm cooked. Stars. I remember that. Sun, remember that one. Nope, that was the CFL team. Or was it? Hold up, wait, am I reading this wrong? I think I may be reading something wrong. Okay, Birmingham Vulcans. Yeah, it was Vulcans and Americans, I believe. This is rough. It's the Texans. They brought back that name for that team. I remember that one. Sharks, I remember that one. This is a classic, because I'm having to remember when I did my tier list video, like, a year ago. So I'm having to remember, like, this is where I'm getting all this memory stuff back, is from that. I'm doing better than I thought I was. And I'm about to get this one wrong. I knew I was going to get that wrong. Nope. Oh, maybe. Might be this one. It's one of these two. Knew it. Americans. I knew I said that one earlier. I do remember that one. The Fury. Nope. The Drive. Nope. The Wheels. Great logo. Chicago. Ooh, it's one of these two. The Hawaiians. That's a classic. Oh, I didn't print it. 71%. Man, I did not think I was going to get that high. I would not have remembered those ones, but yeah. Pardon my pun. Yeah, I only remember these teams because of the one video I did about them, but yeah. The Sacramento Surge. I won't believe these rumors of the owner buying a UFL team until it's 100% true. I do agree with that. I think that with any rumor like that, that's definitely the correct call. Okay, so we have one more league to do, XFL teams. This is where it's going to be rough. Is there one that has all of them? I don't think so. Like, I mean, like, both years. I think this is just, okay, past and present. I don't really want to see the Brand Silvers. I know, it definitely sucks, but still in a lot of stuff. Again, for those of you joining right now, we are in rain delay. So just doing some random stuff until it's over. So let's do this one. Let's do the XFL. This is like the OG and I believe the current XFL. So let's do this one. Is it 16 teams, past, present? Oh, God. Okay, let's go. Demons. What? Oh, it's in order. Oh, crap. Do not remember. Chicago. Do not remember. Oh, were they Outlaws? Ooh, I got that one right. Los Angeles. Dude, Steven literally said earlier, I think, and I completely forgot. Ooh, Maniacs. I kind of remember that one. The Rage. I do remember these ones. And the Demons. Dallas Renegades. X out that ad. Defenders. Roughnecks. And we spelled Roughnecks wrong, chat. And we spelled it wrong again. Fat fingered that key twice. Wildcats. Right now they're showing on the TV, for those of you who are the Sportsman of the Year nominees, right? This is like the Walter Payton Man of the Year award for the league. They announced this. They haven't announced any of the all UFL teams, so I'm kind of shocked they haven't yet, but they haven't. This is the Dragons, not the Sea Dragons. The Swords with Wings. Bro, I'm just like fat finger everything. Oh my gosh. Tampa Bay Vipers. Okay, this is where I'm cooked, chat. I know Steven or somebody said the LA team, and I completely forgot. Birmingham. I don't remember. I feel like I do remember Chicago's. I just can't remember what they're called. New York, New Jersey. I think I might remember these ones. Oh my gosh, I remember those ones. I had to go like to the depths of my brain to get that one. I remember this one now. I don't remember this one now. Dude, I thought it was the LA Extreme. Okay, so we're cooked. Give up. It was the Extreme. I knew it. Okay, I should have remembered the Enforcers. I could have remembered the Extreme. I just completely forgot how it was spelled. Yeah, Enforcers. Yeah, that's the one I forgot. I remembered Chicago for like a decent amount, but I couldn't remember it. This is a weather issue. There's just too much rain here in DC. Right, when you're in spring football league, you're going to have these issues, but yeah. Yeah, the Wildcats was able to get that one. I got that one relatively early on, but the Demons, yeah. The OG XFL teams, the ones I kind of forgot right there, but hey, you know what? Extreme, you got to give me that one. I thought it was something weird spelled, but I didn't think it was going to be another one like that, but hey, you know what? 81%, I'll take that. That's a lot better than I thought I was going to get, not going to lie. So, massive W. You know what? Let's do a different sport. Every NHL team ever. It seems like so long ago. Um, by the location they play. That's not what I want. I want to see if there's one that has every single NHL team. I don't think there is, because I'm talking about like the OG ones as well. Nope, I can't. Okay. Bolts 2, weather delay until. I haven't seen anything that says anything about when the. Wait, James Larson tweeted, can't catch break. So far, absolutely nothing right now. Yeah, Matty Fresh said is true. This would happen the one night the NFL is the UFL is no competition. That definitely does suck, but yeah. Atlanta Thrashers. I'm sure I want to find that one because you know what? I guess I guess we'll do this one. I can't find what I want. I want one that has like all the OG teams. Okay, this is actually pretty close. Okay, let's see. Okay, so let's do that one. Okay, no, this is what I wanted. Okay, I knew that was gonna work. The Americans. I forgot there was 2 of them. X out this ad. Okay, I did see the Thrashers in chat, but I would have gotten that one. That's classic. The Jets should get 2 of them. Yep. The Coyotes should get 1. I really hope I know how to spell Coyotes. I do. The... Oh, okay. I don't know when this came out. Hockey Club. I knew it was going to work. Okay, I knew it was going to work right there. Oh, that was the wrong one. Okay, well, that was the one I didn't express. The St. Patrick's. I gotta start doing the current teams. Maple Leafs, Senators. That should get 2 of them, I believe. Yep, 2 of them. The Hurricanes, Bruins, Capitals, the Pittsburgh team known as the Penguinos, the Blues, the team that can't make the playoffs but still have more wins than the Maple Leafs in like the last while, Lamau, the Islanders, Rangers, the Millionaires. Oh, I gotta remember how to spell this one. I might cheat this one. I like cheat it by like spelling it. I know what team this is. Oh crap, they spelled it differently. Okay, well I'm screwed there. I know. Wait, did I already say the Vancouver Millionaires? No. Okay, if I'm right that that's what they're called, I'm gonna be really upset, chat. Montreal, the... Okay, that's Quebec. I know there's another Montreal team, can't remember the top of my head. Toronto, St. Pat's, Maple Leafs, another Toronto team. Okay, some of these I'm kind of not remembering. Okay, yeah, some of these I'm not going to get. Hamilton, I'm thinking of something completely different when I see Hamilton, not going to lie. Pittsburgh. Red Wings. So what is this? Every team nickname? I feel like there's something I'm not... Like, there's more teams in Detroit, bro. I don't remember there being more teams in there. Okay, yeah, I thought that was going to work. The Stars, the North Stars. Yes, there were 2 different Stars teams. The North Stars then became the Stars. The Wild, the Preds, or the EDP 445s. If you know, you know. What other new teams? The Blue Jackets, Anaheim, Mighty, Ducks. And I didn't put the Y in Mighty. And the Ducks themselves. Again, Mighty Ducks and Ducks. The Lightning. And I'm spelling things wrong. Lightning, San Jose Sharks. California. Golden. Seals. Oakland. I know there's another really wonk team name somewhere over there. I just can't remember at the top of my head. I just can't. I don't think I named every Canadian team. No, I did not. The Flames. That's another team right there. The Canucks. Or there we go. I couldn't figure out how to spell that. Quebec. Another Quebec team can't know. St. Louis. Don't remember. Montreal Tornado. Yeah, I think there's the Millionaires, but I thought there was one, but I can't. I know there's one. I just can't remember exactly what it is. The Flyers. Gotta name that one. So yeah, for those of you joining again, mention this every little while. We are currently in a delay right now, so we're just doing random stuff to kind of pass time right now. The Colorado Avalanche. I think some of these might be talking about other things that I just can't recall. I know the Barons. Yep, that was the Cleveland team. The Cleveland Barons. I'm trying to think back to the OG hockey cards, like the C11, C10, or the C57s, the C55s. You know, like the Cyclone Taylor, what teams he was on. I know there was another team in Vancouver and like those areas. I just can't think of them. Kansas City. I know there's a team there. I can't remember off the top of my head. Devils. We're at 44 of 63. I'll take that. I'm probably going to end this one sooner, but... Golden Knights. Seattle. Kraken. Team just can't stop winning. Are they already going to have the... It's not the Yeti, right? Oh, the Mammoth, right? Yeah, that's cheesy. That shouldn't be on there. That's too new to put that one on there. So what do I have left? I literally have all like the current teams pretty much. Oh, Hartford, the Whalers. Kansas City. Oh, I can't remember off the top of my head. California. I already have the Golden Seals. I know there's another team there. Oakland. Can't remember off the top of my head. St. Louis, Quebec, Hamilton, Pittsburgh. All the OG ones. I know there's some teams. I already named the Americans. Yep, already named the Americans. Detroit. Didn't know those. I can't remember a couple other teams in Detroit. Kansas City. Montreal. I'm going to call it there. Wouldn't have gotten any of those. I forgot they were just the Seals. I should have gotten that one. Arguably should have gotten that one. I just completely forgot to say the Panthers. I thought I was done on that side. That's a forgetful one. Do not remember these. Do not remember... Maroons. I should have gotten the Maroons. That's when I kept thinking Millionaires. That's what I was really thinking about. Was it that team right there? That was an L. I should have gotten the Maroons. So let's see. Bullets 2. What good? Atlanta Thresh Scouts. Sabres. Good evening, everyone watching this game. Argos up here in Canada. Sup, nice of you to join here. Milwaukee Mustangs, Purple, Teal, Black, Minnesota North Stars. NHL almost has a whole cast of Ice Age. Only thing missing is the Sid Sloth, Wesley Crushers. Well, I'll take that. I think that was a pretty solid one right there. I think that we did pretty solid on that one. What was the average score of this one? 70 per... Wow, I'm honestly impressed. I'm impressed that people got 70% on that one. Well, no, because if you remember the Seals, that gets you 2 extra spots. I can see that. Because, I mean, again, like, the Maple Leafs and Canadiens have just been around for so long, right? The Americans, I know that's one I always remember. The Maroons, I really should have remembered that one. That one's aggravating. I did used to know that team. I used to know a decent amount more than this, but... Yeah. Well, you know, we're still going to have a start a poll. Let me put this one. Wall in break. Which quiz? Let's put out this one. I'm going to go start another one of these while I put that out for chat. Again, we're still in this little break. That was let's do this over here. Let me do this one. NFL teams is a lot rougher because there's not as many old teams. Basketball's pretty tough. Baseball's also a rough one. I think it's a lot harder to do any of those sports, honestly, but we can try to do it. NFL teams. Actually, let's do passing leaders. One team passing leaders. Start of each decade passing leaders 2010s. Try to see for each team. That's one I kind of want to find. Okay, can't. So we'll just do this one. Pick all top 5, 15. Okay, we'll just do this one. Top 15 passing leaders all time while avoiding the decoys. Obvious ones out of the way. Gary Collins. Let's get that guy out of there. Brady. Peyton, getting the obvious ones out of the way. Decoy marker. Fran might be there. Joe Flacco might be there. Dan's still up there. Joe Montana might be up there. Matt Ryan. Ooh, this is a good one. I don't think he's up there. I know this guy ain't there. I know Gary Collins ain't there. Like, I'd be stunned if he is. I know. I thought I was still in that mode. Okay. So, I made a mistake. I at least got 40%. The Stanley Cup could return to Canada for the first time in 30 years. I really hope it does. I'm rooting for the Oilers to win. I do not want to see the other team win again, but we'll see. And have a little vote up there, you know, just doing random quizzes while we're in the break right now. If this keeps just, you know, just we're kind of stuck here, so kind of what we're doing. So, yeah. Actually, this is a good one. Super Bowl winners. Hopefully I can find year by year. This would be a good one to do at least if I don't do it. Can you name the Super Bowl winners? Logo. In order their last Super. Oh, that's not the one I want. Let's see if this is the one I want. Forced order. This is a good one. Let's see how much I can do here. Okay. Packers. I got a covered chat. There we go. So this is every Super Bowl winner in order. Packers. Jets. Bro, I spelled Chiefs wrong. Ooh, who won Super Bowl 5? I believe that was the Colts. Then it was them boys. Then it was the Finns. Then it was the Finns again. Who won after the Dolphins again? Dolphins. Might have been Pittsburgh. Then it was the Steelers again. Yep. Then it was the Raiders. Oh, man. Dude, I haven't even missed one. Oh, I think it was the Cowboys, then the Steelers again. Or it might have been the Steelers again. Okay, it wasn't them. It was the Cowboys, then it was back to the Steelers. I think the Steelers won it twice, like, in a row like that. Yeah, I was right. Okay, so I got one mixed up, but overall doing pretty solid. Steelers. Okay, scroll down a little bit. So we're in 81. Okay, so we're not at the Joe Montana Niners yet. So who would be 81? I'm trying to remember. This is where I get a bit. After the Steelers won again. I know it wasn't them. I'm just putting it down to put it down. I knew it wasn't them. Steelers. Might have been the Cowboys again, honestly. No, it wasn't. I gotta skip that one for now. I gotta wait till I get the Niners. I can't remember exactly when they won. There it is. Niners won. I believe they won 2 in a row. No, they didn't. Okay, so after the Niners won, who won? I can't remember. I just know the Niners won 4 during this era right here. Because they won like 5 overall. Yes, am I kind of cheating? Sure. Do I care? Not really. Because I would just guess this normally. 49ers. Bruh, this is rough. Okay. Bruh, I forgot who won. Oh, are we in the... No. Okay, let me go over here. I know the Cowboys won during this time frame. Got them mixed up by a year. Oh, no, that's right. Go back to that. That was the Giants. Chat, this is rough. How do I start off so hot and get so rough afterwards? This is, like, really sad. Then it was the Redskins. The Redskins won after the Giants did. Then it was the Cowboys twice. And I spelled D, Cowboys. Then it was the Niners. This was the Steve Young team. And then after the Steve Young team went back to the Cowboys. After the Cowboys, who won? I don't think it wasn't the Niners. Oh, it might have actually been the Niners again. No, it wasn't. So 99 was the Rams. Oh, are they doing it like that? Okay, so the Rams was 2000. So that means 2001 was the New England Patriots. Did I spell that wrong? Patriots. Okay, so I'm cooked, chat. I messed up. I messed up somewhere here. No, 2000 was the Ravens. That's right. I'm cooking myself, chat. I got them mixed up. Then it was the New England Patriots. Then it was the Buccaneers. Then it was the Patriots twice. Patriots twice. Patriots. Then afterward, that was the Steelers when they won with Big Ben the first time. Then that was the Giants. Nope. Giants. 2009. Ooh, I forgot to do one in 2009. No, 2007. I believe this was when the Colts beat the Bears, right? Yep, that was when the Colts beat the Bears. This might have been when the Saints won. No, it's the year after. I forgot who won that year then. The Saints. I keep forgetting that. Yeah, it's not that season. It's that year's Super Bowl. So who won after the Saints did? I think that might have been the Packers year. Yep, it was the Packers year. Then the Giants again. Let's just skip over. Wait, no, I should not skip. I should know all these ones from here on out. Because you had the Seahawks. Okay, so you didn't have the Seahawks. Thought you did. So the Seahawks was here then. Patriots. Broncos. Patriots. Eagles. Patriots. Chiefs. It wasn't the Chiefs again. It was the Ram. Was it the Chiefs again? No, it wasn't. Okay, what am I? Wait, where am I? 2021. Who won that year? 2020. So 2020. Oh, the Buccaneers. I completely spaced the Buccaneers had that season in there. Then it was the Chiefs again. No, this is the Rams. I just put the Chiefs down because I was already running them, but I know it was the Rams. Chiefs. Eagles. Okay, then. So we got a decent amount of them. Then this year, what's the year I'm forgetting in that? Okay, let me get a drink real quick. Don't worry, I got chat hidden. Down goes one drink. Still in commercial break, or not commercial break, still in weather delay again. I have this up, that's why I have that up there. Dude, how am I forgetting this one? I have the Broncos win. It was the Giants? Ravens. Dude, I just completely spaced on both Ravens Super Bowls. That's really what happened. This should be the Broncos. I completely forgot about the Broncos winning 2 in a row. No, that was later. That's right. I have no idea what year I'm on right now. I'm just putting Broncos. Oh, okay, 85. Let me go back to 86. This should be the 85 Bears then. Yep, okay. Now, these are both the Broncos when they won back-to-back. Thought my mic was cooked there, chat. Broncos. Oh, I forgot about that year, too. That was the Steelers again. I got it mixed up when they won the Super Bowl. Okay, so I got these few left. 49ers were somewhere in here. 49ers again. Okay, then. So, what am I missing over here? After the Cowboys, before the Broncos. That was the Packers. That was when they won with Favre, right? Yeah, okay. That was when they won with Favre. Ooh, this is a rough one. So, I'm at the era where I really don't remember, honestly. I say don't remember like I was alive. This is where I don't... Well, this is where I don't remember. I mean, I've looked at all these winners here. I forgot who won before the Niners did. So you had the Giants win another one during that era, right? Because you only have one Giants win so far. I forgot the Redskins were winning a few in this era. That's who I forgot. The Skins. Okay. The Redskins are 2 of these. They're not that year. The strike year was 87, so I believe 86 or 80. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I remember. So I don't remember who won the Super Bowl like 10 years ago, but I remember what year the strike year was. Great. Okay. That's the Redskins' 2 wins, and there's a Giants win in here. It wasn't 81. It was closer when they won the last time. So I think it was around here, right? Yep, that's the Giants. The Dolphins won one, like, right after or before they won, I believe. No, they didn't. Okay. I thought they did. No, they got there, and they lost the Redskins. Oh, Chad, I got 2 more. I got 2 minutes to get this one. The Steelers-Niners. Who won in between the Steelers and Niners? That's a tough call. Brain will not stop the snake. UFL News Hub. Ain't no way they're tweeting UFL News Hub on the TV, bro. That's wild. 84. Ooh, who won the 85? That's the 83 season. So 83 season was Herschel Walker's rookie year. No, that was his year in the USFL. His first year of the USFL. Yeah, no wonder I don't remember this time because I'm focused more on the USFL during those 2 years. We're going to call it there. I'm not going to guess every single team. I would have remembered that one. Top 3 Super Bowl. Passing around a single game in the first 50 Super Bowls. Yeah, Carr called it. That's the 2 I kept forgetting was the 2 Raiders ones. That's a tough one. Oh, that hurts. That's hurt. That does hurt. I completely spaced on the Raiders winning those ones. Like, that was... These were the 2 Jim Plunkett Raiders teams, I believe. Because this was your Kenny... Or, not Kenny. This was your Snake one. Your win with the Snake. And then these are the 2 with Plunkett. I completely spaced on those. I should have gotten that, but hey, we did pretty good. I'll take that. Average score is 59%. I mean, I got here to all the way down here perfect. I think that's impressive. I got all the way up to Super Bowl 11 perfect without even missing one. And even this one, I just got them mixed up which year, so you could argue all the way up to here, 14. I did better with the first 10 Super Bowls than the last 10 Super Bowls, because I kind of spaced on who won the Ravens. I forgot the Ravens twice, but yeah. Again, for those of you joining recently, I'm saying this every few minutes. We are in weather delay for the game. Again, we're going to wait till we get an update. Either we're going to have to end the stream tonight, or we're going to have the thing back. We'll see. There's still lightning, so it ain't looking good. Ain't no way they just tweeted that out. So we'll see. We'll do one more sports one. I see the chat. I got the poll up in chat for those who want to do sports ones. I see a decent amount of people actually want to see a Pokemon quiz. I'll do one more sports one, then we'll do some naming every Pokemon, or either every game, or I could do Gym Leader. That'd be rough. Let's do NBA champions. This should be. Did not want. This should be a fun one, because I do not know the NBA lineage nearly as well as I know this one. Oh, this is gonna be rough. Okay, so I gotta start off with the most recent ones. I will not get all these early ones that well. Utah Jazz, the Mavericks, that was the Celtics. Bruh. Okay, let me go to the ones that I can remember really easily. So let's go to 19. This was the Spurs beating them. The Lakers then won 3 in a row. Then the Spurs won again. The Lakers, this was the Pistons with the Larry Brown Pistons. Then the Spurs beat them in the rematch. Or not the rematch, but you know what I mean. The Mavericks lost in the finals. I always forget about this finals loss they had. No, that was to the Heat. That was the D-Wade Shaq Heat. Cavaliers got belt to ass by the Spurs. The Lakers lost to the Celtics, who then also... The Lakers beat the Magic, and then the Lakers beat the Celtics in that finals, the Miami Heat. This was the Mavericks win. Then you had the Heat win. The Spurs win. The Warriors. Then the Cav... yes, I'm using the other ones. I cannot spell Cavaliers normally. Yes, I do not have that IQ. Oh, I forgot. I got to cover chat. I was not looking at that, but I forgot about that. Yes, I just did that. Warriors. They're still interviewing players in the game, so again, they're making it look like it's going to happen soon. There are some people coming back out, so we might be having this game resume, which if it does, then we'll obviously put a hold in these quizzes, but we'll have to wait to see for that actually happen. The Warriors lost. That was to the Toronto Raptors, led by Kawhi Leonard. So again, it looks like the game might be coming back soon. It looks like some people are climbing out of the tents and all that, and out of the locker rooms. So that's good, but we're going to continue this until it actually happens. The Miami Heat, that was the bubble year with the Lakers, where LeBron got the W there. The Suns, ooh, I always forget who the Suns lost to. No, that was the Warriors, I believe. No, it wasn't. That was West Conference. No, that wasn't. That wasn't the Celtics, though. That was the Bucks. That was when the Bucks finally got the championship. This was when the Warriors got the W. This was the bad game for that guy. Nuggets. Okay, so now we got to figure out I got to figure out what year is the... Okay, so... And I spelled Celtics wrong. So I just know this is when the Celtics started winning every year, right? At some point in this era. So it looks like players are coming back on the field. That is great. So once they do, we will stop the quiz and go back to the actual game, obviously. And if another delay happens, we will do another quiz, but yeah. I love just spamming Celtics. It's like a literal cheat code for these quizzes. It's like the Canadians in hockey. It's the same thing. Okay, so now we're here. This is when the Lakers got the W, I believe. No, it wasn't. Did I spell it wrong? Okay, yeah, I do not know who won this one then. This might be the Knicks, actually. No, it wasn't. Okay, so this was the Lakers or the Warriors. Or the 76ers. Okay, so I guess just F me. I'm completely forgetting what team Wilt was on at that point. Celtics. Nope. Celtics. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I've got at least 2 more I need. That's the 11 he won. Okay, then. So this might have been when the Knicks finally won. Yep, I knew there was a year the Knicks won. There's a year around here where the Lakers won, or the Warriors. Wasn't there, okay. Let's go back over here to make it some easier ones. We got the Bulls dynasties in this part. The Blazers, so this would be the Bulls three-peat. No, it's not. Oh, that's right, the Lakers beat the... No. Who won this year? Pistons. This is the Bulls, right? Then it's the Bulls again. The Bulls again. The Rockets. The Rockets. The Bulls. The Bulls. And I spelled 7. And then the Bulls again. So that's... Okay, so we got every from 90 to before that. I believe the Pistons won 2 in a row. Yes, they did. I know the Lakers won this one, and they won this one as well. So those are the 2 Lakers wins. This is a Celtics win when they beat the Ralph Sampson and early Hakeem team. The Lakers won another one of these, I believe. Yep, okay. The Celtics may have won another one. How many Celtics wins do I have? I have 1 Celtics win. They won 3, so... Nope. Okay, then this year was the Lakers beating the 76ers. This probably was the 76ers with the... Yep, that was Dr. J Sixers. I know somewhere in this era you have the Bullets winning one. Bullets were in the Eastern Conference, I believe. So it might have been here. No, it wasn't. I know they're somewhere over here, but I cannot remember for the life of me where they are. There they are. I knew the Bullets were somewhere in there. 1, 2, 3, 4. The Lakers have another one to win. I'm literally using my knowledge of Players' Championships to know when some of these teams ended up getting W's. Again, the game looks to be starting up soon. Again, once it does start, we're going to stop doing these quizzes. But as for now, we're going to continue this one. So we're going to keep this up for a little bit longer. The Bucks won one of these with Lou Alcindor at the time. I believe that was before he became Kareem. Was around this era. Wouldn't have been that year. Wouldn't have been then. It would have been this year, right? Or not. No, it could have been here either. Oh, this ain't good. I'm about to just have to spam Bucks, honestly. There it is. I knew it was there somewhere. I know the Warriors won something, but it might have been called something else. I always forget what the team was with Wilt, because Wilt won like 2 championships. He won one with the Lakers and then one somewhere else, so this might actually be the Lakers. I knew I forgot it somewhere. I knew there was somewhere I completely forgot about the Lakers. Lakers. Warriors. Nope, okay. The early 50s I'm not going to get, because unless there's like a couple more Celtics that are this era. Alright, the game is starting, so let's give up on this quiz. We did pretty solid. 77% is actually really good. So for now, we're going to end up closing that quiz. We're going to head back to the game now, so let's get right on into it. We are back. We'll close that poll. We'll do that if we get another weather delay. So the game is now severely rained on right now. Again, did pretty solid in those quizzes. Was really shocked at how well I did in a couple of them, but especially that NBA one, but I'll take it. So if you're watching this game right now, it is a very, very wet field. Yeah, I agree. I'm really shocked the game is resumed, but the game is back, so we do have this to continue doing play-by-play for. It is a really wet field. This is like that one 49ers game. I think the 49ers Bears. Battlehawks do have the ball. They are in shotgun. Ball is snapped. They hand it off. Expect a lot of runs, obviously, because of how this game is, so we'll see. It's going to be very funny. Go back to the stream. Pull this back up. Put this back up. Let's go. 3rd and 13 for the Battlehawks with 9.5 minutes left in the game, or in the first quarter. Again, we're still in the first quarter, which is wild at 9 o'clock, but again, a lot of this is obviously because of the weather delay, so let's see what they do here. Really wet field. Absolutely wild. In shotgun motioning a few guys. 2 receivers to the left, 3 to the right, in 5 wide. Silvers is 2 of 2 passes. Ball is snapped, and it's a bad snap. Again, we talked about that would be very easy to see. And it's a bad throw by Silvers, incomplete, overthrew his man. It's like backyard football, Rossi the Mud Bowl, absolutely. Again, when you have a game this rain-filled, it's going to mean that you're not going to get a lot of traction on your runs. It means that, again, the ball is going to be incredibly slippery. So getting those snaps, again, a lot of teams do plays out of shotgun. Pretty much the Roughnecks are the only team that don't almost exclusively do it out of shotgun. It means it's going to be really hard to get every single snap. So expect to see a few more of those type of snaps. But we'll see. They are going to be punting here at 4th and 13. Game is moist. Took a while to get the hand on the ball, but he was able to get the punt off. And it just blops on the ground and then moves a little bit farther. This is going to be a game for sure. It's going to be a good game. Again, you can tell it's still raining. Again, it's just there's not a lot of lightning issues right now, but it's wild. This is insane. Absolutely wild. I mean, like, the ref right now is literally standing in a puddle. That's absolutely great. The ball just floats. Again, we haven't seen a game like this in the UFL pretty much ever. I mean, we've seen a couple. Oh, I forgot I can turn this off now. We've seen a couple in the NFL, obviously. We saw one a couple years ago, but this is a wild one. Halftime. I do agree that having the clock go faster would be good, but I expect this game, they're just going to kind of do it by normal. It's going to end really late. The defenders run it, and they get, like, back to the line of scrimmage. What happens when you have an already bad running team having to do extra rush plays? We're going to find out with the DC defenders today. They gained 1 yard, and that was a generous spot, which is the wild part. Fans still in attendance, got to give a lot of credit to them, because this is absolutely a wild scene right here. 2nd and 9, under 7, or going to be about 7 minutes left once this play is over. 2nd and 9, again, this is Mike DeLillo versus Brandon Silvers. The two backups are playing in this game and starting. 3 receivers to the left. Ball is snapped. They hand it off. It's fake handoff. DeLillo throws a little screen pass to Roland, who cuts to the left. And he gets about 4.5 yards, and it's like they're all moving so slow. Any weather game is almost always better than a regular game. The weather games, whether it be insane rain, whether it be insane cold, even insane heat games are always some of the most fun games you can watch. Because it's just not normal football. It's what I hate about dome stadiums. Like, to an extent, if you play in a dome stadium, yes, you are scared. Because it's just so much fun watching these games. I know it sucks for people in the attendance, but then it shows what the real fans are. Like the Monsoon Bowl between like the Jaguars and Panthers like a decade ago. Classic game. Ball is snapped. DeLillo throws another screen pass, and it's incomplete to Deion Jackson. Again, the ball is so wet. It's just going to be so hard to catch it. I mean, I predict this game would be a higher scoring game. I don't know if it's going to be like that with this weather. I mean, that was a decent throw. It's such a wet ball that you have to make a perfect catch. You're going to have to basically do that diamond and just grip it as hard as you can. Another punt is forced just like that. This is going to be a game. This is going to be one of the games of all time, that's for sure. 4th and 5, they're forced to punt it. A little under 6 minutes left. Punt is up. It is going to be recovered about the 10-yard line, and it bounced. It might be muffed. It's still going, and the Battlehawks get it. Oh my goodness, what a game. Battlehawks will get the ball at about the 3-yard line. Oh my goodness. Hey, no, these ain't no tank bowls. These are the rain bowls, baby. We got the mud bowl like a couple decades ago between the Steelers and Dolphins. Getting something here. The wettest game of all time. True. Look at that, man. The ball just... Oh, this is going to be good. You know a field is wet when it's bouncing in an area that doesn't look wet, and it's still very much wet. Like, that's great. The ball is floating. This is a great game. Most TV viewers are more Zomb Phox viewers. It definitely hurts that this game got delayed because this was the best night for the UFL. There's no playoff game going on. So it really does suck to hear that. And yes, there is going to be a running clock for the entire game, by the way, to make this go quicker. So that is a good thing in sense of making it go quicker. But again, it does suck that the game that was expected to be the best viewed game in a while because there being no competition ends up getting competed with the weather. I mean, come on, man. Absolutely wild. It's like when the Chiefs played the Dolphins in -2 Fahrenheit weather. The Dolphins, man, they were not prepared. They ain't built for that weather. Pretty, what are you doing over there? Sleeping? Again, still a commercial break. Rolling clock. It'll be interesting to see exactly how long this game goes on to. Because remember, I mean, this stream's been going on for an hour and a half. So the game's been on for like literally over an hour. And we're still in the first quarter because of it. This is going to be a game. Again, this is a fun one. 7-0 is still the score. Again, the Battlehawks having that 7-point lead before the weather hit could end up being a huge blessing for them. Because with this kind of weather, it only helps the defenses out. And considering St. Louis already had a better defense in this game, there's a very good shot they could win this game, let's say 10-3. I don't know, maybe 14-7 or something like that, and it'll be really good for them. I think the Battlehawks have a really good shot. I think they definitely have a great shot. The way I view it is I think they have the easiest path to the championship. I think the Stallions-Panthers is a more intriguing matchup. In theory, St. Louis should beat DC somewhat easily in the playoff game, just because DC's team is not built for the playoffs, whereas St. Louis is. So they'll at least be in the game, odds are. If they don't make it there, they really failed. Yeah, we haven't seen something like this since that Bears-49ers game, I think it was a couple years ago. The Battlehawks do a rush up the middle to get about 6.5 yards. I know that game was, like, really wet as well. Like, you had the classic, like, Fields and Bosa, I think, both did, like, a slides on it. But, I mean, we haven't seen one since that one, at least I believe. This is absolutely going to be wild. Especially if it does keep raining like it seems like it might be, yeah. That nut job still at the game's absolutely true. Man, I was thinking about potentially going to this one like a few weeks ago. Man, I'm glad I didn't. Would have been a fun vlog. They run it up the middle again. They get the first down and then about 7 more yards. Really solid play for the Battlehawks right there. There is a flag here. Let's see what this flag is. Battlehawks look to be moving back. It might be offensive holding. Yep. Holding on the offense. So, get rid of that gain right there. I'm shot clock isn't moving there again. There's supposed to be a running clock the rest of the game, mainly because, again, trying to save time, obviously, though with the UFL, it only does so much having a running clock the whole game. But yeah, I mean, remember, this game, we're an hour and like 15 minutes in, and we're still in the first quarter because of the delay. 2nd and 8 for the St. Louis Battlehawks. Again, it really hurts they lost those yardage. That would look like be a really good play. Instead, they're almost back in their own end zone. They're like literally a yard behind before the line of scrimmage, or the end zone line. And as a flag, might be false start here. Again, they're going to lose about half a yard here. Again, it's not the worst thing in the world, right? If you were going to get a safety, you already were going to get one, basically. Still definitely hurts you're getting even closer to your own end zone. You don't want to be forced to run in here just because you do want to get a first down, because playing field position game in a weather game like this is most important. This is going to be a game where odds are special teams wins it for you. Whoever gets the better punts and better returns, or whoever doesn't muff a punt, that's probably who's going to win this game. The fact that the beer snake is still growing is even better. The beer snake is all there. It's great. They hand it off again. They only gain about 3.5 yards. Again, that really does hurt the Battlehawks, but they'll still take it. I do think the Seattle team should come back. I just want them to come back as the Dragons with the old logo. I think the Sea Dragons and the logo they had were not as good as the XFL 2020 version. I think that had much more character. It didn't feel as formulaic and kind of just basic. So I do hope that if they bring back the Dragons, they bring back the Dragons with the old logo. 3rd and 9 for the Battlehawks. Again, those 2 penalties really hurt. Field position battle, this is going to hurt a lot. If you don't get a first down here, you're going to be punting. Basically, like, you probably would have gotten the first down if you didn't get the penalties. I mean, you did, but let's see what they do on 3rd and 9. Looks like a passing play. 2 receivers on both sides of the ball. Moving Ja'Cour Pearson closer to Silvers. Silvers looks to the right side of the field. He gets pressured, and it's going to be a safety. That's a safety. 2 points for the defenders. That was a bad play by Silvers. You can blame the O-line all you want. Silvers needed to know that he had to throw that ball out really quick. That was the one thing he could not do, is take a sack there, and he took one. That was a relatively quick sack as well, but not too quick to where it's, the guy was unblocked. So it is 7-2. DC is now on the board with a safety. Last week, the Roughnecks did not get a safety. It may have looked like they did. They got a 2-point conversion return, but massive play right there for the defenders getting on the board now. And, of course, with safety rules, they will get the ball back, obviously, from the punt, or the little punt kickoff hybrid kind of thing. So massive play for DC right there. Only Seattle within an Oakland Raiders chaser. Absolutely wild for the defenders right there. Huge play for them. Yes, sir. Tag the like button, Master W. 7-2 now with 3.5 minutes left in the game. Again, Battlehawks have the lead, but they will be forced to give the ball back to DC after, of course, taking the safety. Yeah, I mean, I think DC wins this game, but that's why I picked, obviously, before the weather thing happened. But I still picked them to get the W here, and then I think St. Louis gets the W in the playoff game. I think that this is just both teams playing at full strength. DC should lose. They're just not built for the playoffs like St. Louis is. Better defense, St. Louis. Better ground game, even though it's a bit inconsistent, St. Louis. Better quarterback. Got to give credit to DC, but that's about it. First safety is absolutely wild, but hey. Neither am I. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think that's completely fine if you lose this game. Right, this is a Week 10 game. It's like the Panthers. I was kind of hoping they would lose last week because I think that'd be worse for them if they won that game, but we'll see in the playoffs next week. Yeah, it has been one. The UFL is pretty wild, but I mean, hey, they're pretty rare, so, and especially considering how few games you have compared to the NFL, kind of makes sense in that regard. Defenders return up to the 24-yard line, gets to the 25 and gets tackled at the 25-yard line. Absolutely wild field conditions right now. It's absolutely great. This is going to be something else. We will see a muff. I'd be shocked if there's not a muff punt in this game. Like, I know there's special kicking balls and all that in theory shouldn't really be wet or anything. But surely there has to be one at some point. North and South, man. 1st and 10 for the DC defenders at about the 24-yard line. Let's see what they do here in shotgun. 3 receivers to the right, running back as well. They hand it off, or it's a fake handoff, and DeLillo gets about 2.5 yards on the carry. Yeah, not a massive gain, but you did just get 2 points on the board, which of course is really nice for you. Again, still in the first quarter, which is awesome. I mean, this is absolutely wild, but let's see what the DC defenders do on 2nd down. Again, throwing deep passes in this kind of weather is a really tough decision, especially if you're going to run plays out of shotgun, which is really risky. Again, the Roughnecks would honestly be the best team built for this exact scenario because of how many under center plays they're on, but let's see. 3 receivers to the left, motioning Smith to the left as well. It's a fake screen QB draw, and DeLillo gets, again, about 2.5, 3 yards there. This is going to be about a 3rd and medium, maybe a little bit shy, close to about a 3rd and short, but a long 3rd and short. Again, I'm not actually that bad of... That's honestly not a bad play call right there. I did like that one, but we'll see. Stretch plays, returns aren't working tonight. I mean, hey, returns, we're going to see a muff. We have to at some point. Or just someone mishandling a kickoff, like even worse than the one earlier. We'll see. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right, running back to the right of DeLillo in shotgun once again. Ball is snapped, looks to the left. It's another quarterback draw, and looks like he's going to get the 1st down just barely. Again, I'm not upset with those play calls. Again, you have a quarterback that can run, utilize those legs. You just got to get yards. That's all you have to do. It's not about getting the deep play. It's about just getting the 1st down, especially in this kind of game. I'm not really against those play calls. It might be basic. You're not going to be able to run it every single play. Once you get a QB spy put on him, it's going to be a bit tougher to do them. But if it's working right now, keep doing it. Not a bad play. Especially how this ground game is. If you can get somebody to be a QB spy, put one guy that stays a few yards back and doesn't get you pressure, can make their ground game even better. Like the call to do that. Ball is snapped. Fake the handoff. DeLillo looks to the middle of the field. He's going to throw a deep ball. It's going to be deep to the right side of the field. It is going to be incomplete. He had it in both hands and just couldn't make the catch. Again, the weather, big deal. Ball is slippery. Was not able to haul that in. It would have still been a tough catch, but on a normal day, there's a good chance he catches that ball right there. That was a great throw by DeLillo. Receiver got both hands on it, but again, the weather, slippery ball, not too shocked he dropped it. Absolutely wild weather right there. I mean, you can just see just how wet everything is. He's got his bare hands out, no gloves for a receiver. Just couldn't get it. And that's the end of the first quarter. We are finally heading into the second quarter. It only took till 9:20, but we're in the second quarter, everybody. Doing double moves in the receiver game. True. First safety in UFL history. Just saw that tweeted out. A beer snake in the rain. Absolutely great. Just what a absolute game. This is definitely something else right here. Put that one there. I'm just looking at something on this side real quick. I mean, this is definitely going to be something else. I really do wonder how many things we're going to get. We'll see. Did not mean to click that. I can't. This game means nothing really is delayed. We gotta save this some goofy shit right here. True. I mean, hey, this is going to be fun. I mean, this really is going to be something else. You know what I mean? Like, this is a good one. Did not mean to hit that one. Right, I'm trying to find something real quick and I just can't find it. There we go. Pull that on the side now. Oh, we're in commercial break right now. Again, this is an absolutely wild game. It really is that we're in this. I mean, we have not seen a legit weather game like this. I mean, even the Memphis-Arlington game, because you had it delayed and then, you know, the rain stopped for a bit, it was nowhere near this bad. I mean, when you're talking about how much rain there was, oh my goodness. I just wonder how long this game's going to be. I wonder if the running clock's really going to make that much of a difference, but we'll see. It'll be interesting. Let's pull up the stats. I forgot to pull up the stats for this one. I got like kind of on the side, but not fully there. Live stats for this game. Bruh, ain't no way it says delayed there. He's 65 to 21 yards. I guess the first quarter, but still, it's absolutely wild. Yeah, that was a really rough sack take right there. I would absolutely love for the final score of this game to be 7-2. There's a good chance it could be. And again, I mean, if DC wins this game, it's going to be really rough for them because you end up winning. But number one, no one's going to call it legit because it's in the rain. Number two, because Backus are playing. And number three, it means you get the 1 seed, but you don't get home field advantage. It'd be rough, but, you know, you never know. So let's see what the defenders do here. First play of the second quarter. Only took us almost an hour and a half into the broadcast to get into the second quarter. We love a 47-minute. It was a 47-minute rain delay. Wow, I thought it felt a lot shorter than that. 3 receivers to the left, ball is snapped. Looks for the quick throw, but ends up throwing it. A little dump off to the running back. Jackson gets a few yards on the play. Gets about 4 yards, maybe a bit more, depending on where they give him exact progress. But overall, solid play on second down right there. I will also say kicking is going to be very interesting as well. Because of the fact you have to run up to get kicks with the weather being the way it is, or the rain, or the ground being the way it is, it's going to be a bit tough to see exactly where they're going to be wanting to kick field goals from, as well as the ball being wet again, that affects kickers. It's going to be very interesting to see where they decide to kick field goals from. 3rd and 7, not a great spot for DC. Let's see if they can get the first down here. In shotgun, ball is snapped, looks to the middle of the field. Throws it. It is going to be incomplete. He kind of threw it in between 2 receivers. Not a great throw by DeLillo. So they're going to be forced to punt again. Let's see what St. Louis does. Again, be very cautious about muffing punts and muffing kickoffs, which again, obviously kickoffs are a bit different, but still, because of the weather being the way it is, even though these balls are supposed to be a bit different, we'll see. Because that is the Showboat Super Bowl. Dude, if they can sweep the Stallions, oh my goodness. That would be absolutely wild. That would be hilarious to see. Kick is up, or the punt is up. It is going to be returned initially at about... Oh, no, he's going to let it drop. That's the correct call, yep. And it goes out of bounds actually pretty far up at about the 36-ish yard line. Really solid spot for St. Louis, so that's a good play for them, and a bad punt for DC right there. So again, we don't know exactly where they're going to kick this ball at, exactly where they want to kick it, but normally you basically are guaranteed a field goal within 50 yards when you have Hot Rod as your kicker. So in theory, they shouldn't need too many yards, but obviously because the kicker is not wanting to get so much time to, you know, run up to kick it because of the weather and how the ground is, we'll see. The Chuck GPT commercial. Scroll up. Blah, blah, blah. Random stuff there. Mets got a W. Yay. Well, while we're in this little intermission looking thing, I know I checked earlier who's winning the PGA. I knew Griffin was still winning it. Really hated what Morikawa ended up doing. He was looking really good. And then he was like at -3 on the day. He was at like -5. I think he was actually -6. And he just ended with such a rough round. I mean, it was a really rough one to go. Can I see exactly how he did on the run? There it is. Yeah, I knew he played really poor at the end. He had 2 birdies and he... No, pause that. 2 double bogeys in the last 4 holes. Yeah, I knew something bad happened to him during that. So, there it is. Andy Reid commercials, bro. Andy, get back to coaching your team to the Super Bowl. I don't know if you're allowed to do all these commercials now that you lost the Super Bowl. Again. I'd assume Andy Reid at this point has to have the record for most Super Bowl losses as a coach, right? I think so. Well, no, because he only lost... No, that's right. I'm thinking of conference finals losses. He only lost like 3 Super Bowls, so no, that's still Levy with 4. I think Grant was the coach of all 4 of the Vikings teams as well, but yeah. Still shocked at having these long commercial breaks right now. I guess they got to get their commercials somehow, but I mean, with the running clock, you'd think they want to get back quicker, but we'll see. You know. In shotgun right now. Or they're showing the sack right now with Brandon Silver's taking that bad sack. Again, he has to throw that one quick. I know the pressure was really good and the cover or the blocks by his line was not great. Again, with the weather, if you're a quarterback, you got to know that you're not going to have as much time in the pocket. Sometimes you may get a ton of time if guys slip, but it can slip on your side as well. The son of Greg Williams. Battlehawks are in shotgun, motioning 2 receivers to the right to join their other one. Ball is snapped, and it's a bad snap. The ball's on the ground, but the Battlehawks do get it. They're going to lose about 6 yards on the play. Again, this is the biggest issue with running all your plays in shotgun. Now that you're in a bad weather game and the ball's insanely wet, it allows for, number 1, your setter to make a bad snap much more common, and number 2, to rebound from the bad snap is a lot harder. Even if it's a good snap, there's a good chance the quarterback can miss it. That was just a bad snap right there. You got to give a lot of credit to RB for being able to jump on that one, but man, that was a rough one right there. Going to be a really tough second down. Memphis sweeping Birmingham. Birmingham would definitely have some sort of weird mindset about that because that would be really rough to see. They hand it off, and it's a massive gain. That's about a 10-ish yard gain. Really solid play by the Battlehawks there, but again, this is still going to be a very long 3rd down, so we'll have to see exactly what to do here. 3rd and 11. So they call it a 9-yard gain, still a really solid gain. Especially considering the fact that it's not Sailors. Obviously, Sailors is not playing tonight. Just, resting him, obviously, for the playoffs. In shotgun right now. 2 receivers on both sides of the ball. Running back to the right as well. And it's another bad snap, but he's able to get it and he just falls down. It's going to force a punt. That's 2 bad snaps, and that one was just him mishandling it as the quarterback. Again, this is what happens in a bad weather game. It just means a lot of mistakes are going to happen. No, that was a bad snap. He just completely overshot that one. That was a bad snap. That was not on Silvers. That's actually a lot of credit to Silvers for getting the ball back. My apologies. Absolutely terrible snap by the center. That's 2 bad snaps out of 3 plays. That's wild. So now they're going to punt again. 7-2 could be the final score here. Now, we might have one big breakaway run because somebody misses a tackle because they slip. So I think we might see at least one more touchdown. But yeah, definitely hitting the over. I might go over 3 in this game. The defenders are returning this. They get to the 20. They cut to the left. They're going to get to the 25, the 30, the 35, and goes out of bounds about the 36-yard line. You do not usually see that many big returns in a bad weather game. That was a really solid return right there. He got it with no issue and then just kept going. Nice play for DC. Again, 7-2 is the current score with 11.5 minutes left in the second quarter. St. Louis 0-3 on 3rd downs. Yeah, in this game, that's probably going to keep going up and up and up. Meaningless football in the rain. It is beautiful. I agree with what he said, with what Larson just said. Chase Garbers would kneel every play, bruh. I mean, hey, in this game it might be good. The weather making the center's hand start shaking. Stadium pulse. If you know, you know. This is absolutely great. This is great football. This ain't gonna beat the Brahmas Showboats game a couple weeks ago, but this is gonna be one of the best Friday Night Football games of the season for bad reasons, but it's gonna be a good one. I feel like I gotta, dude. I'm gonna have to get another drink. I brought in like 3 drinks that I already kind of started different times in the day, so I only had one full drink and I'm already out of like 3 of them. It doesn't help this stream's gonna probably end up being like 30, 40 minutes longer than usual because of the delay. But we'll see. I mean, we're halfway for the game, what's supposed to be over. Battlehawks tenor right now. Bruh. If Memphis beats Birmingham by the kick 6 would be funny. Hey, Memphis gets those kick 6s relatively easily. Somehow, some way, they just seem to get it like every little while. Like every year they get one. They got theirs this year, but who knows? Maybe they get a second one. It would be hilarious. That would be great. That would be cinema if they were able to pull it off. Jordan Teamu. It is a shame, but he's probably winning your MVP this season. I mean, at the end of the day, in terms of value, he's not. They can act like he's the only reason this offense works. This offense would work with any quarterback that can just throw the football. Though I will say, I think the argument for a lot of other guys isn't as good as people say. Like, I know a lot of people say Sailors is an argument. Sailors, during that middle part of the season, really did kind of disappear for a few games, and Deion Kane definitely has an argument. But it's hard to give a receiver MVP considering the fact that what we saw before is what Devontae Turpin did, and what Turpin did was also in the return game was just so much better than even what Deion Kane's doing, so it's hard to justify that being MVP. No defenders having a Chris Odom 2022 season, so he can't really give it to a defender. So then it basically just defaults to Teamu, even though Perkins should have gotten it, but he didn't play enough games. We'll see, though. Maybe we get shocked, but we'll see. DeLillo gets the snap, fakes the handoff, quick little throw to the right. It's going to be caught up to the 40-yard line. Keeps going, gets tackled at about the 45-yard line. That's going to be just shy of a first down, maybe about like a yard and a half shy of a first down. Really solid play for the defenders right there. Again, if they had a good return, if they can get some yards, they might be able to kick a field goal, even though it's going to be tough in the rain. We'll see, though. And obviously the weather, or just the field. Second and 1. Honestly, I wouldn't be against doing a deep shot here, just to try and get some huge yards. Basically, go with the impression you're going to get a first down the next play. Let's see. Ball is snapped. Fake the handoff, and he's trying to scramble. He takes the sack instead. You couldn't do that one. He looked like he was going to try and run it. He didn't. He ends up taking a sack, loses about 2 yards right there. Not what you want. May even be a bit fewer, but we'll see in a second. Not a good play for DeLillo right there. Yep, they lost about 6 yards. Well, they called that a long loss right there. 3rd and 8. Safety. Yeah, so the game obviously had like a 40-minute delay, but it's back. And then one of the first plays from the delay is the Battlehawks took a couple bad penalties. They got put at like the half-yard line, and then Silvers got sacked for a safety. So, yes, it was a safety. 7-2 is the score, obviously, right now. Injury timeout for a DC defender player right now. Wild. Let's see what's happening in the Twitter world. Smooth moving. Okay, just more retweets and stuff. At least one conference has some parity heading into the playoffs. Okay. Are moving next year. A few teams definitely not. I mean, there's no reason why there'd be a few teams moving. I mean, at the end of the day, Arlington was a success this year. Their attendance was better than I expected it to be. Michigan obviously was better than expected. DC was basically, honestly, a little bit better than I expected. St. Louis was about what I expected. Birmingham, bit disappointing, but still not terrible. I mean, and San Antonio was better than expected when you consider how bad the team is. Because that's what people say about Memphis is, oh, if the team was better. I mean, San Antonio's been awful, and their attendance has still been really good, even if you eliminate their first game this year. Down goes the water. I say no expansion announcement at the Chip. What's your call? I know Larson said that the tentative plan was for there to be an expansion announcement at the championship game. I would imagine that there's still a better chance than not that it happens, but you never know. I have not heard anything. The only thing that anyone's heard of expansion is what was said like in week 2-ish, where you had like the one worker say that it's still going to happen, and you had Russ Brandon say like it might happen, it's not confirmed yet. Since then, there hasn't been any real reports or sources or anything coming out about expansion. So when it comes to true expansion, like adding a 9th and 10th team, it's definitely not a 100% chance, but I definitely say it's far from zero. Like, it's definitely around that 50-50 shot. If it's not announced at the championship game, I'd say the odds definitely drop to about 25-75 of odds of it happening versus not happening. But heading into the championship game, it's like a solid 50-50, 60-40. The pass is thrown. It's an incomplete pass. DC's going to be forced to punt. So what looked to be a good drive ends up being a not great one because of the sack that they took. Going to be forced to punt again. 7-6 right now, or 7-2 right now is absolutely wild. It is wild that this game could end 7-2. It like realistically could end 7-2. Bit of a high snap, but it's a good punt overall. Let's see where it gets recovered at. The 20-yard line, tries to cut to the left, and he gets about 7-ish yards right there. I mean, so that article, I think a lot of people don't, like a lot of people, mainly the people writing the article, honestly, those things all got announced a while ago. Like, the Invaders was a name that they claimed like 2 years ago. That was part of that USFL lawsuit, for those of you who remember, with the OG people and all that. Like, a lot of the teams that they have are ones they already kind of had and were kind of re-getting trademarks. Now, if they don't get all of them, it's to a point, but I mean, I'm pretty sure the UFL still has, like, the LA Wildcats trademark. It doesn't mean they're going to use it. It just means they have it. So, you just don't know. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, or a ball is snapped, handed off, and he breaks a tackle, but only gets about 1.5 yards. And nobody knows anything, no leaks. Where's Mike Mitchell, Cabo? Of the people that I've talked to have said that if people know anything, they're keeping it, like, tight. Like, they're keeping it really, you know, top secret kind of thing when it comes to expansion. So if there are some sort of talks about expansion, it's basically been, like, kept really secret pretty much. So that's the big thing about that. Because if that's something like that, you don't want it to leak. You want it to come from the league itself, right? Obviously, it's a big deal. Think about, like, WWE. Like, if people knew Vaquero was going to drop the title on NXT, it wouldn't have been as big a deal as it was. Instead, it's one of the most shocking moments of the past, like, 3 years in wrestling. Pass is thrown. It's caught by Ja'Cory Pearson. It's a deep pass. Absolutely beautiful throw by Silvers and a great catch by Pearson. Massive, massive gain for the Battlehawks. That was about a 30-yard pass right there. Really solid play for him. Let's see, 10. It's about 25. Still a great pass. Absolutely wild right there. So, I mean, if there is still plans to expand, it's definitely going to be kept top secret. They don't want anyone to get any info. If you can hide it, you're wanting to, because then it makes the announcement that much more of a big deal. So, again, no one's really heard anything regarding expansion, but that's either in a negative or a positive, so that's kind of where it is. Ball is snapped, they hand it off, and it's going to be about a 5-yard gain. He's still going. He's still on his feet. Gets the first down. He gets to 25, the 20. Gets tackled out of bounds about the 18-yard line. That's a really good rush. It's over a 15-yard run right there for the Battlehawks. They're in legit field goal range, even when you consider the weather. If the Battlehawks score a touchdown here, it could be pretty much game over at this point. Absolutely great play by the Battlehawks right there. Again, he gets hit, but he makes the spin move, keeps going, and he gets another 10 yards. Absolutely beautiful play right there by the Battlehawks. Man, that was a great run right there. That's what you love to see. I mean, absolutely great play right there. Howard with the incredible rush right there. In shotgun, ball is snapped. They hand it off to Howard again. And he gets tackled at the line of scrimmage. This is going to be about like a half-yard loss, maybe a yard loss right there. Game over in second quarter. It's insane. I mean, dude, if they score another touchdown, they get like an extra point conversion. I mean, it's pretty tough in this weather to expect DC to score like 2 or 3 times with touchdowns. That's what I would say. Second most missed tackles in the league. Wow, I'm shocked. It's almost like we knew that because this defense isn't that good. They had a great week 1, and that was about it. 2nd and 10 in shotgun. Howard is behind. Silver's motioning a tight end to the left side. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Ball is snapped. It is another handoff. Oh, it wasn't Howard, my bad. They put another running back. Gets a couple yards. That's about it. We're good in this. The extreme weather. Hey, it is classic. I understand that feeling. Absolutely great weather right there. I mean, you do love these bad weather games. Are always fun. I mean, they are great. For real. 3rd and 7. Defenders got to get a stop here. If they can force a field goal, that'd be really good. We'll see. Run up the middle game. I mean, hey, it's the most consistent play in all of football. If you just beat your opponent at the line of scrimmage, you'll gain at least a couple yards. Ball is snapped. They hand it off, and it's going to be about a 2-yard gain, though. Obviously, if you're doing every play out of shotgun, you're losing a couple yards before you gain them, so yeah. Gonna force a field goal here. If you don't like the weather here, wait 15 minutes. Yep, you kick the field goal here. It's a short field goal. You kick this ball right here. Again, Rodrigo Blankenship's only miss was a kick being short. He has not actually missed left to right a single time this season. So, while he has missed a field goal statistically, he really hasn't actually missed one, if you know what I'm saying. So, you got to give him a lot of credit. He's been a very consistent kicker, all things considered. DC calls the timeout. They're going to try and ice the kicker right here. So we're going to turn this fan up. There we go. And scoot back over here in my chair. That rolls, but not rolls well. 4th and 4 for St. Louis. Again, got to kick this field goal here. You got to take those 3 points. Get it to 10-2. Make it a touchdown, 2-point conversion game. It's not the best thing in the world, but it's still a solid one. You'll definitely take that. Oh, they did add this. No way. That's sick. I guess we'll keep... I don't know. I wish they showed the score, though. Kick is up. It is good. Unfortunately, I can't show both of those things, honestly. Field goal is good. Fake the kick. Punter completes a pass to Blankenship. Okay. Man, that sucks that I can't show both right there. I wish there would be a way to do it. I know there is. I'm going to do it. So if we put this here, and then we move this up over here, move this to like there, go over here. I'm going to make this look even better. Put this here. Open this window. We'll actually put this one up here because we only need that part of it. And then we'll put this one. And we'll move this above the other window. And then we'll scroll this down to about here. Absolute cinema, chat. There we go. Now we have both parts on the screen at once. Massive, massive W. I gotta move this over here, though. There we go. That's what we love to see. Beautiful. Cinema. So now we got that. I did not realize Fox added that. I was wondering why it looked different. This is like similar to what ESPN has. So ESPN's format is better than this, but at least we have this now. So we have a better play-by-play as well as that. So massive W there. We'll take that. Again, we got about 5 minutes left in the half. Again, still not in the second half, even though we're at 9:50. So this might be a longer game, but we'll see. It'll be interesting to see for sure exactly how well these teams do in the second half. Because the second half, in theory, should be a bit drier. Not like too much drier, but like in theory, shouldn't be raining as much. Unless it starts raining, obviously, we'll see. DC is still negative point differential, despite being a winning team. Even if they lose this game, they're still going to have this incredible record, and it's going to be just like, they're going to be like 6-4, and they're going to have a negative point differential, which shows how not great this team is. But yeah. Yeah, the defenders need to put up some points. Yes, they do get the ball at half, so they could double up, but you got to get at least something. If you don't score at all, it's going to be really tough to actually try and make a comeback here, especially with this weather. Even if you just get a field goal here, you can then get a field goal after the half, make it, a much closer game, make it a 2-point game. That makes it a much better thing for you than it does if you, only score one field goal. Obviously, with the weather, every point matters more. Again, holding St. Louis to a field goal there was great. Let's see what the DC does with the return here. Nope, it's a fair ball. Just going to let it bounce in the end zone. Again, just a little over 5 minutes left in the half. Showing the interim, honestly, I still stand by it. I think Shannon Harris does deserve Coach of the Year, considering the fact that he was the interim and he's able to make this team into a much better team than expected. This team was really expected to be the worst team in the conference. At least I expected them to be the worst team in the conference. They ended up being a playoff team. Yes, I still have a lot of issues with their defense and how overall basic their offense is, but they still made it to the playoffs, and they were more impressive considering what was expected. I do think Anthony Beck has a good argument because of the fact that he basically said we're getting rid of AJ because he can't run and then use dual threat quarterbacks to make the playoffs. I think one of them should get it, though I think Harris deserves it more, but we'll see who gets the award. Especially because the interim. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left, running back to the left as well. They fake the handoff, quick throw to the left, and it's going to be caught for about a 4-yard gain at the 40-yard line. So about a 5-yard gain. Solid play for the defenders and first down. Next play should be about like 4:40 left in the clock. We'll see. Dropping in, just got off. How you been, man? How's the game been? 10-2 Battlehawks. What happened? Well, there was a 47-minute delay because of the rain, so we did a few Sporkle quizzes, hence why we're at 9:50 p.m. EST. Almost, literally 2 hours into the stream, and we're still in the second quarter because we had a 50-minute delay. Ball is snapped, handed off, or it's a fake handoff. DeLilo runs to the left, another fake for him. It gets the first down, gets to the 50, the 45, gets tackled just shy of the 40-yard line. Incredible run by DeLilo right there. So, I mean, you had delays. There was a legit safety, the first safety in UFL history. Battlehawks just got a field goal. It's 10-2. The game is insanely wet. This is like the most rained-out game we've seen since that 49ers-Bears game a couple years back. Absolutely wild. Harris should get it back to his man. I do think Harris deserves it more. Like, at the end of the day, St. Louis's defense is just as good as it was last year, and that's what carried him last year, not the offense. Whereas Shannon Harris took over a team right before the season started and made him a playoff team, I definitely think he deserves it more. It's a handoff in the middle, and they get a really good run right there. They get about 8 yards in the ground right there. Really solid run for the defenders right there. That's something you really don't see often is a good run by the DC defenders. Especially by Abram Smith. Again, he hasn't looked nearly as good as he was a couple years ago. Granted, he did have the injury, obviously, but yeah. I think Beck shocked me. I was not expecting him to win multiple big games, but I would say that I'd still have him on the lower half of coaches in the league, probably. But he's still, he's definitely someone who does like the league. He does love his players. But yeah, it's another run by DeLilo, gets to the 30, gets to about the 26-yard line, goes out of bounds. Makes everything downhill for St. Louis. Yeah, when they tried to change the playoff format mid-season for him was really hilarious. I'm glad they didn't do it. It didn't even matter, but yeah. No, I would say Beck is probably the 4th best coach of the league right now. Actually, I take it back. At this moment, he's probably 4th. I forgot that because for how much I do want to see Pardee back, I'm not going to give him a ton of credit for what he's done. At the end of the day, you've got the 2 in the USFL. You've got Shannon Harris, thinks done a really solid job, and then I would probably say Beck, and then you'd have the other coaches. Ball is snapped. They hand it off, and it's going to be about a 3-yard gain for the DC defenders on the ground right there. Jim Turner, not great. I definitely think Noel or Horton should be the coach of that team. Pardee, want to see him back. Can't give him too much credit. Curtis Johnson and Stoops. I mean, come on. No. So, yeah. 2nd and 7 for the DC defenders. DeLilo is 5-9 for 24 yards. This is a diabolical stat line. Even with the rain considered, this is still diabolical. In shotgun. Motion to the right. Ball is snapped. Handed off, and it's going to be another 3.5-yard gain. Solid-ish play. Could have been better, but solid. I think the Bob Stoops fall-off really is that because he won the championship, the cloud around him got changed a lot. But when you eliminate the playoff run, which, again, was mainly Perez, not Stoops, he was 4 of 6 that year, followed by 3 and 7, followed by either 4 and 6 or 5 and 5 this year. And during those years, especially the last 2, it's been blown game after blown game, which just looks really bad for Stoops. So again, you eliminate the championship game, which again, you got to give him all the credit for that great championship win, but you eliminate it. He's been a losing head coach in this league every year, and he's blown a lot of games he could have won. He's a lot like Andy Reid. He loves the football city to death. He's a good representative for us Missourians. Again, My biggest issue with Becht was that he couldn't win big games. But then what they did this year, I mean, they won the game against Birmingham. They did win the game against Michigan, right? Did Danny Etling stuff. But the game against Arlington was a game that usually the Battlehawks would lose. The Battlehawks of the last couple of years would have lost that Arlington game, the second one, right? When they lost to St. Louis or to Seattle back in 2023, when they lost to the Brahmas in the playoff game. So a lot of credit for them. Old school football. I wasn't even alive back then, bro. Renegades basically went from suck to blow. They're Renegades, man. Yikes. Yikes. That's a not great team. Well, it is what it is. Renegades are the Renegades are exactly who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook. We let them off the hook for 2024. If you know, you know. But yeah, I will say for weekly videos, I know next week, obviously, like probably on Wednesday will be my playoff predictions. Which, I mean, granted, the game picks video is going to be, you know, a bit pointless in a sense of it's just going to be the score. But I'm going to have that video out. Then afterwards, the next week is either going to be my Showboats Roughnecks video or it's going to be my Friday Night Football video. Whichever one isn't that week will be the next week. Granted, I might push both of them back to after the championship, depending on when the all-UFL team gets announced. I don't know. We'll see. Might have another week where we get like 5 videos, you know, 1 video every single day during the weekdays. It depends when things come out. Awards obviously should come out like a week after the all UFL team. So all UFL team might come out like middle of this week, and then we'll have that video out on like Thursday, and then, you know, next week will be the awards. I don't know. We'll see. Still wild we're not even in halftime yet, though. That Shakur Pearson play is great. The ball just bouncing right between his legs. With all the puddles is great. And we're at the 2-minute warning. DC's got the ball. They do get the ball at half, so it's a big deal for them, but we'll see what they can actually pull off here. In shotgun. Ball is snapped. They hand it off. And it ends up being... He's still going. He gets a lot of his own defender or his own teammates pushing him forward. He might have gotten the first down because of that. It looked like it was only about 1 yard gain. Instead, he gets about 3.5, 4. It might be a first down. It's going to be very close. Let's see what they give him here. I think they're going to call him short here. Do give him the first down, actually. That's really good for the defenders. And they are in the red zone. Clock is running because of the fact that they want to get this game over a bit quicker. Ball is snapped. They fake the handoff, and DeLillo fumbles it. And it looks like he may have gotten on it. No, St. Louis thinks they have it. Let's see who gets this one. St. Louis gets the fumble. That's a big issue if you keep running these plays. If you keep running these plays, these draw plays, these quarterback, or these read motion plays, in this weather, it's a tough call, and DeLillo just fumbled the ball away. Showing the replay, they just a bad fumble. St. Louis ball. DC was in field goal range, and instead, St. Louis now has the ball. Odds are they might honestly just try 1 or 2 big passes and kneel the ball heading into half with a 10-2 lead. But no matter what, it's massive for St. Louis. They prevent DC from scoring. I mean, they cannot get that double up because, again, they get the ball at half. Huge play for St. Louis right there. Yeah, they're blowing right now. Let's go. My guy actually coughed it up. Yeah, I mean, that's the big issue when you're talking about a rain game right there. Even if the rain stops or gets a lot lighter, the ball's still going to get really wet from hitting the ground all the time. And so with how these players are, it's going to be a lot harder to actually hold onto the ball. So when you're doing any sort of play that requires extra motion, like a read motion or like an option play, it's a tough one. When you do a read option play, you have to push the ball forward and pull it back. It ain't great for you. Allows for a lot of mistakes to happen. Like I've been saying since week 7, the UFL Chip this year will be St. Louis or Michigan. I hope it is. It's all going to really depend. Again, if St. Louis loses to DC, that's a failure. St. Louis should win that playoff game. Michigan, Birmingham, you just hope Michigan can finally get it done. You know, like the joke, no one beats us. You can beat us 7 times in a row, but no one beats us 8. We'll see if they get it done. If they lose again, man, yikes. They ain't never beaten Birmingham. But we'll see. Playoffs, I think most UFL fans are hoping it's Michigan versus St. Louis, but we'll see. DC, 13 turnovers. Not shocked. DC's turnover margin is going to keep getting worse, man. This team is just, yeah. Like, I'm really shocked at how people finally start. Like, PFN's power rankings, man, for the past few weeks, like, they've been glazing DC, and they finally put him at, like, number 4, and all it took was for them to get upset by the Roughnecks to finally do it. I was like, man, thank God. Let's go to the Twitter landscape. What posts have been posted? R-Ball, repost that. What did ESPN post? Premier Lacrosse League? Do not care. Scroll down. Francisco Lindor talking about his good game. WW. There we go. Yeah, Michigan might lose to BM again, but I really don't think BM wins that playoff game next week. It'll be one hell of a game for sure. It should be. I don't know what I want. I should want the Panthers. Like, the Stallions winning again, it just wouldn't be good for the league. Because it gets to a point when you have a team that's just that good. It's like the 2010s UFL with the Locomotives just winning every year. It makes the casual fan not care as much. Because you do want to see some form of parity where different teams win. Like, it's always great to see a team win multiple times. And this is what I said. I said the best case for the Stallions were to make the playoffs, but then lose in the playoffs. The Battlehawks rush up the middle like, on a delayed handoff. They get about 5.5 yards. Really solid play there. Like, the best case scenario for the league was the Stallions make the playoffs and get bounced in the first round. Because then you have a new team as champion, which you do want. You don't want the same team to win every single time. Because then if you're a fan of any other team, you're going to be like, why should I even watch if the Stallions keep winning? It's like the NBA. Nobody wanted to see the Warriors Cavs every single year. Ball is snapped. They run up the middle, and it gets about the 20-yard line. Looks like it's going to be a first down. Really solid play for the Battlehawks right there. It's like, why are the NHL hockey ratings down in the playoffs? Because we're getting the Oilers-Panthers again. No one wants to see the Panthers in the finals for a third straight year. They're just not as likable a team as Tampa, even though Tampa wasn't necessarily likable. It's like a 6th year of a Florida team. They don't want that. So casual viewers, not a fan of it, and that's why Stallions winning wouldn't be good. If San Antonio loses this week, they just got to rebrand and start from scratch. City has no ties to the Bahamas. I mean, hey, San Antonio, they've had a lot of people show up to their games. If this game breaks over 6K, it proves that market's like easily better than Memphis and Houston. Because that team has been abysmal, and the fact they had 9K on 2 games is absolutely insane. I would say that right now they're still one of the better markets in the league. Again, we'll have to wait and see how Sunday's game goes, but we'll see. Michigan has Bryce, so hopefully he can pull it off. I really hope so, but we'll see. I'm not a fan of... I really wish he was starting and playing a little bit. Hopefully he plays for at least a drive or two, but we'll see. They didn't give him the first down. They gave him about 5 yards. Going to be 3rd and 3 here. Let's see if the Battlehawks can get first down here. Alabama during prime Saban years. True, bro. In shotgun, 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. They're motioning Pearson just a little bit closer to the right. Ball is snapped. They hand it off. It's going to be a first down. Gets past the 30 and gets back to the 28-yard line. Really solid play right there. They sold season tickets in San Antonio based on being good last year. Yeah, but I mean, you got to remember, like that, normally I'd say it's a good argument, but that's actually invalid for this season, mainly because like we talked about with Larson, every team's season ticket numbers plummeted from last year to this year. Like the renewals, and yes, there's obviously going to be new tickets, but the renewals are the ones that you really shouldn't lose. And the fact they plummeted as much as they did, it really isn't as much of a season ticket benefit as a lot of people would think. Again, that's why I expected St. Louis to drop off so much in attendance because of that, and instead they still ended up being really solid. So, with San Antonio, it actually isn't necessarily the season ticket holders. It's just overall solid. Well, yeah, I mean, when you end up losing the home game, it only pissed a lot of people off. But at the same token, I mean, they did end up having, the game already. If you bought season tickets, I mean, it's like any sport. Like, if you bought NHL season tickets and your team ends up sucking, you already bought the season tickets. Not like you can give them back. So, I mean, the attendance is what the attendance is. And so, for San Antonio's sake, it's solid. Now, will it be as good next year? I don't know, but again, comparing it to Memphis or Houston, I mean, hell, even Arlington's announced attendance numbers haven't been necessarily that much better than San Antonio, and that team won a championship a couple years ago. Granted, they're still not good, but the point still stands. Ball is snapped. Silvers looks to the right side of the field. It's a deep pass. It is going to be caught by Jacob, or no, it's going to be caught at the 25-yard line. I believe it was Blake Jackson. Let me see. Absolutely wild. Again, he has been making multiple big throws. Again, if you're Duggan, you're not loving this because, again, Silvers has been a very consistent passer the past few games. Well, the past 2 games. Absolutely beautiful pass. They're in field goal range. Again, This is absolutely what I originally picked DC to win this game, but that was obviously before the whole weather delay. At this point, if St. Louis loses, it would be a borderline choke because of the fact this is a bad weather game. They really shouldn't lose. But I did pick DC to win originally, but right now I think St. Louis gets the job done. Absolutely beautiful pass by Silvers, especially in this weather. And a great catch right there. Again, that's what you want to see right there. Just make sure it hits your body and your arms. You got to make good ones. That's a great one. BM Chip would make me lose it. They got to nerf that team if they win again. Bruh, yeah, say Skip, you got to go to a new team, buddy. Or got to get rid of all the coordinators or something like that. 1st and 10, or you got to get another new quarterback room because, you know, going to your 5th stringer who's better than, like, a lot of teams' 2nd stringers is, like, totally fair. 1st and 10 for the Battlehawks. Again, they are in field goal range. Brandon Silvers is 4 of 5 for 100 yards. Absolutely just wild stat line, which you love to see. In shotgun, 2 receivers to the left. Ball is snapped. It's a handoff. Cuts to the right, and he gets a couple of yards, but maybe only like a yard or two. Not great right there. But in this kind of weather, some weird things happen. I mean, hey, you get one missed tackle, right? It's a little bit of a screen pass. It's a one-on-one. The defender trips and falls. Or, you know, a guy who should have made a great catch ends up bouncing it off his hands, gets pick six. You never know, so that's a good point. If I can live with the nonsense of the shows, I'm ever going to... Can you hear about the Stallions Part 4? Okay. I mean, I'm going to talk about it in the offseason due to the Showboats, but the Showboats have a very legit argument to why they should be moved, which I'll talk about in the offseason or like in a week or two. They hand the ball off, gets to the 20, and gets to about the 18-yard line. Because the thing with the Showboats, it's like, it's one thing for your attendance to suck, but your TV ratings have consistently sucked as well. And yes, I know there was like the one where it went head to the draft, which is an excuse. But when it's like every week you have like the worst game on your network, yeah, no, it gets to a point where it's like, come on. I mean, odds are it's basically just up to Smith. If Smith buys the team, if not, they're probably going to leave. That would be my guess right there. Mainly the AAF. The AAF, I was a huge fan of the AAF. I got really into the AAF. I didn't watch the XFL 2020 nearly as much as the AAF. But when the USFL came back, I had already been like learning a ton of stuff about the original USFL by then. And so when that league came on, I was like, man, I'm going to be a huge fan of this league. Watched it and loved it, made the channel for it. So really the AAF and the USFL are the two big reasons why I became a fan of the UFL. Obviously came out of the USFL and XFL merger. That's pretty much what it is. And then obviously football. 3rd and 6, they're going for the field goal here at 36-yarder. Should be a relatively easy one even in the weather, and it is almost a perfect field goal. It is 13-2, St. Louis over DC heading into the half. Yes, it is 10 o'clock, and we're finally heading into the half. Absolutely diabolical. Yeah, only points scored by DC were from a safety. Important to know that. That's all their points are from. They have not scored a single offensive point all night. Bro, come on, there we go. I tightened that and it just wasn't doing it. Let's go over here. Let's look at some of these stats on here. Live. Massive W on those fronts. Twitter, what's going on over there? See new posts, halftime adjustments incoming. Oh, yeah, you need to make some adjustments. You need to, like, you know, do some stuff. A lot of people are talking about how this isn't the first safety. Bro, that's hilarious. The Corn Ferry Tours in Raleigh? I did not know that. Oh, no, that's just where the practice round is. Okay, never mind then. Back here. Open that. Open those. Pull that one up right there. Let's go. Actually, 42-2 vibes. Okay. Late night Friday, listening to some games of James Zomb's community. Great night, not gonna lie. Niche fan base. I mean, it definitely is one that needs to grow. Obviously, the UFL is not really helping that in terms of like the marketing, but Michigan's been a great market this year. Easily the best in terms of actually growth, but We'll see. Hopefully, the championship game does really solid. ABC's been great on TV ratings all year, and in theory, the championship game being on actual good time slot, as well as being on ABC. I mean, it is possible the game hits over 1.5. We'll see, though. It'll be very interesting to see what the playoffs do, especially, but you never know. Yeah, I mean, it's like people joke about people who don't like the UFL, but like, let's say, the NFL or, Power 4 college. Like, there's a big difference from loving football and loving just specific football. Like, it's especially with football, because I think one thing a lot of people do is they compare it to like the G League or like the CHL and all that. The big difference is with football is there's only so many games, right? Like my local, I think it's the ECHL team, the Fayetteville Marksmen. They still play a ton of games a season. Like if you were to buy season tickets for them, you're getting like over 20 home games, I believe. So even that league, you have a ton of games. The UFL, you only have 10 regular season games. Every game matters. So it's a big difference from like watching every game. Because even like a Major League Baseball team, very few people are like Steven who watches every game of their team. In fact, most people don't even watch any game of their favorite baseball team. Even regular season for like NHL or basketball, because every single game doesn't necessarily matter. And you see a lot of guys rest and stuff. Football, it's still football. Every game is a big deal. It's why there are people who watch arena football. Even though arena football usually has more games than even the UFL, it still is a big deal. So it's a big difference in like the lower level footballs compared to lower level football compared to other sports, because every single game matters. And yes, it is true that you're not gonna ever see AAA baseball being broadcast on national TV on ABC, but it's also a regular game doesn't really matter all that much in AAA baseball, whereas a regular UFL game in Week 5 could end up determining who makes the playoffs and who misses it. Big difference. And St. Louis with the Battlehawks being as packed as they are would be great. It would be awesome. That dome would be packed. It'd be great to see. Tampa Bay Brady's will fix that. That'd be great. Oh, I know you're not putting it down at all, Burley. I know you're just talking about like why it is. I'm mainly talking about other people. Like you'll see people on like other Reddits, other subreddits, or online acting like nobody watched the UFL or stuff, and it's like people do. I mean, just because you don't want to watch it doesn't mean people don't. Like, there's a lot of people who would say the same thing about the NBA. Why do you watch the NBA? It's not a good league. There's a lot of flopping. The players aren't insanely likable. Like, there's a lot of things like that you can make the case for. Hockey. I don't want to watch a league that's full of non-Americans. I don't want to watch a league full of foreigners. Like, you can make some insanely baseless argument to why you don't want to watch a league. So I think that people who hate the UFL just to hate it because it's not the NFL or college football on a high level, it's like, come on, like let's call it like this. UFL team is going to beat most college teams, so come on. Minor league haters, it absolutely is wild. People like that are very weird. Honestly, I do agree. Like, look, when you're talking about attendance for a couple of specific teams, Memphis and Houston, I get it. There's no excuse. But when you're talking about other teams, like Michigan's market has been so beautiful this year. Nobody thought they were going to jump. I thought they were going to improve attendance. I never thought they were going to hit over 11K and potentially over 12K. That's an absolutely astounding and great market for them and great number. St. Louis, this is their third consecutive year, and they're still hitting 30K almost every single week. And the 2 weeks they didn't were when they didn't have season ticket game holders and when they had a Blues playoff game and a Cardinals home game. I mean, come on. DC, still solid. It's great. You love seeing those. So, I mean, like, it's just... There's only so much you can really say, but, you want to hate the UFL, why don't you just go hate, like, every other sports league out there? Go hate double A baseball. Go hate the NBA G League. Go hate the CHL. Like, do that. Use that same energy for those leagues. Like, come on. There's a reason this is a football country, right? This ain't no soccer country. This ain't no hockey country. This is a baseball or a football country. So come on. Sell the team, bruh. Ain't no way Perna's selling that shit. That's diabolical. Does suck pretty bad. I wish people showed up more. Same for Houston and Bingham. America's football. Sure. I mean, Bingham's aggravating, but it still is, they usually get 10K per game. That's even with the season ticket renewals going down. But Houston is such an enigma because it's such a massive market that them not having even solid attendance really sucks to see. But at the same token, it's like, you still got a lot of potential there. But yeah, I mean, like Like I said, I'll have a video about mainly Houston and Memphis. I might talk about Birmingham just kind of spite Mark Perry, but it'll mainly be about Houston and Memphis on whether or not they should relocate. Is that the correct call? And I will say, spoiler, I do think one of those teams should, and it's probably pretty obvious which one I think really should, even though one of them really, like, they both butchered him in some, it's a lot to talk about. Like, I know it's a hot take either way, but yeah. I watch every San Francisco Giants game. I also watch and or DVR every UFL game, any team, any day. I love the NFL, other leagues too, but I've always been drawn to spring leagues or alternative football. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't watch every Mets game, but I gotta respect the grind watching every single Giants game. I mean, that's a massive grind. And I mean, I pretty much watched like every UFL game this season. Maybe a couple I only saw parts and bits and pieces of for one reason or another. But yeah. Nobody wants them. Houston, man, they butchered that market. They made a couple big mistakes, and then it didn't work out. But, hey, you know, I do understand the argument. Houston is like, I think like the third biggest city in the country or something for metro population, so I do get it from a TV ratings perspective. If you can even get like 1% of people in Houston to care about the Roughnecks, like, it's just a massive gain for you. Again, I'll talk about that more in that video that'll come out. Again, will it come out before the championship or after? I don't know. It kind of depends on what comes out. We'll see, though. You know what I mean? Somehow this is the least interesting playoffs this year. Least interesting playoffs this year. I don't know why to me. I assume you're talking about the playoffs compared to the other spring leagues. I do agree to a good extent because of the fact that, like, the 2022 season, obviously first year, you never knew what was going to happen, and then the Stars Generals game was really good, and the playoffs were just really good. The XFL, you had this team that, you know, shouldn't have really made it, going against these good teams that got it done. You had 3 7-3 teams, or you had a 9-1 team, 2 7-3 teams, one of them missed it. Wild storyline. 2023 USFL, absolute peak in terms of a playoff build. You had a Week 10 that had all 4 teams in the North still fighting for a playoff spot. Last year, even that one, you had the Michigan-Birmingham game. We all knew that was going to be a banger. And then, of course, the Brahmas Battlehawks. Whereas this year, it's like, we've known pretty much since, like, Week 6-ish. It looked early on like it would be close, but then, like, once the Renegades really showed us who they were, it was like, we know they ain't making it. And it was like, we kind of know, so yeah. Only a 3-device night, little disappointing, bruh. That's wild. I could not imagine doing that. The most I usually do is 2. Usually, like, if it's on regular TV, I just have it set to where I can hit the back button and just go back and forth. Like, I did that with, like, Master Sunday. Not Master Sunday, but Master Saturday, I believe, with the UFL game, something like that. And a lot of things like that. Like, I would say in terms of sports watch this year, I mean, it is pretty wild that once you get past the UFL, I mean, of the regular sports, the most I've watched is definitely golf. I mean, even with how much playoffs I've watched for basketball and hockey, like, I watched pretty much every single day the Masters, and even the PGA I watched almost every day. Even the Players, I watched a lot of that. And the Memorial, I was watching that this morning until it got cut off and was on Golf Channel, which I don't have. But I'm going to probably be watching it up until the game tomorrow. I'm going to be watching the Memorial Tournament, and even during the game, I'm going to be keeping up with it. So, and you know what I'm going to be watching on Sunday? The Memorial Tournament, baby. You know, it's going to be wild. See Scotty win, hopefully. I was rooting for Morikawa a bit, and then he choked today at the end, which hurt to see, which I didn't watch, so thank God I didn't watch it, but it hurt to see. I sound like a Cowboy fan this year. Pacers OKC, I hate that that's the matchup. Well, it's not guaranteed to be the matchup, but odds are it's the matchup. I legit could not care less. And this is coming from a guy who usually really likes OKC. It's just, I'm not a mega Shai Gilgeous-Alexander fan. I think that he's a player that people... It's the face of the NBA dilemma, trying to find a new face of the league. And the fact that Jokic is just not a marketable player. The fact that Giannis, you know, they don't want to give him his MVPs anymore. So it's like they're forcing Shai to be that guy. And it's like he's just objectively not that guy compared to like a Jokic, like a Giannis. You know what I mean? Like, this MVP win by him this year feels like one of the weakest MVP winners in a while. Because it's just like, clearly Jokic was better than him. Which again, it's like when Giannis should have won it the 3rd straight year and they didn't give it to him because they didn't want to give it to him the 3rd straight year. Like Jokic, they don't want to give it to him for a 4th time, even though he clearly was the best player in the league this year. Is what it is, but do not care about OKC winning. I will say I'm glad Chet's still doing really solid. Like, Chet Holmgren, I expected once he got drafted, I was like, man, he's going to be good for him. everything about him screams draft bust, and I was like, man, when Presti drafts you, there's a reason, and there was a reason. He's pretty damn good. We'll see. Like, small market finals are usually better, in all honesty, in terms of it being, like, actual fun teams making it. It's just the Thunder, like, this specific Thunder team, it's like, even the Timberwolves, I really didn't want either team to make it. I really could care less about either team, even though there's a couple big storylines with the Timberwolves. Knicks are the only team right now that's been bandwagoning, hoping they can get the W, but they choked a couple of games at home initially. They got to win 2 more in a row to make it 3 straight. I don't know if they do it. Kickoff to the defenders, they get to the 20-yard line, get to the 25-yard line, and they get to the 30 and get down to about the 32-yard line. Knicks versus Timberwolves would be fire. It would have been a lot better. I would have much rather seen that matchup, that's for sure. Forgot tomorrow's the weekend. Well, I didn't forget, I just didn't think about it. OKC is the UFL team. That wouldn't be a bad choice. The drinks, the beer snake, baby. Darn spell check. 1st and 10. Back to the masterpiece. Yeah, I mean, it's looking a lot drier now. You're not seeing those massive puddles, so we'll see how it changes out for these guys. 1st and 10 for the DC Defenders. Ball is snapped. They fake the handoff. Quick throw to the left. It's going to be about a 5-yard gain. It's a 1st down. He gets another 5, another 10 yards. About a 20-yard pass right there. Incredible play right there for the defenders. Just a massive catch and run right there. Switching to CFB. How good do you think Colorado and Coach Prime does with that Shredor? I think they're still a solid team. I don't think they're going to be incredible, but I think Dion gets a lot of hate. I think he is a solid coach. What he did at Jackson State was impressive, and I think that he'll be a solid team. I think he'll probably be a bowl team again. Won't be in a playoff spot, but he'll be competitive again, so I think OKC Invaders. 1st and 10 in shotgun. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Motioning the tight end from the right to the left. Running back behind DeLillo. Ball is snapped. Handed off, runs to the left. Smith gets to the 5 yards, gets a 1st down. Gets about 14 yards. One of the better runs we've seen all night from the defender's ground game. Nice play right there. The beer snake. Even with the rain, we still got that beer snake going. In shotgun, obviously, looks like Abram Smith's going to be the left side of DeLillo. I have no idea, bruh. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Motioning the tight end from the right to just closer to the right. Ball is snapped. Looks to the left, looks to the right side of the field. Rolling to his right. Looks to be throwing it deep. He's going to run for it. He gets to the 35, and he slides at about the 33-yard line. Need those cups to bail water, bruh. Yeah, I have no idea who Coach Prime's starting quarterback is right now either. 2nd down for DC. Oh, could be fun to watch. I just hope Cincinnati doesn't choke like last year, dude. Cincinnati literally had to win 1 game to make a playoff. Or make, not a playoff, but a bowl game, and they couldn't get it done. Hell, they could have made the playoffs if they won out, but they didn't. I just hope Sorsby's good next year. He looked really solid last year. Hope he's better this year. 2nd and 6 for the DC Defenders in shotgun. Though I believe Kiner is gone, which definitely hurts our ground game. We'll see. Handed off. It's going to be about a... Wow, he ends up pushing for about a 3-yard extra gain, so it's going to be about a 4.5-yard gain. This is not going to be a very short 3rd and 2. Yep, they're calling it 3rd and 2. This should be a shorter 3rd and 2 unless you give him a bad spot. Should run it here again with DeLillo, arguably. Again, you don't want another repeat of that fumble with the read option. But I wouldn't be shocked if you call a read option play here. It could definitely work. You only need 2 yards, so we'll see what they do here. In shotgun. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Ball is snapped. They hand it off up the middle, and it's going to be about a 1.5 yard loss. That DC ground game, man. It's like I said in that video on the power rankings, man, this ground game is not good, and it's just, you know, they give you a couple big plays, and they do something like that again. Going to be forced to punt, or no, kick. They're going to go for the field goal here. This is a longer field goal, especially with this kind of weather, but again, it's looked a lot better than it was in the first half. So I'm not really against this call. Let's see if they can make this kick. I mean, again, Matt McCrane, one of the better kickers in the league. We'll see. I'm an Iowa Hawkeyes fan. Now we have Gradkowski. That dude played for South Dakota State. Pretty damn good QB. He'd be better than Cade McNamara. I did not watch a lot of Iowa, so I can't attest to that. 49-yard field goal attempt. This is definitely a long one in this kind of condition. Let's see if he makes it. Kick is up. It is blocked. The Battlehawks get the block. It's going to be a blocked field goal. It was not one that could be recovered and returned because of how it was kicked, but it was a massive block by the Battlehawks. So it is still 13-2 St. Louis over DC. Wild. Blocked field goal. He drove me insane. Back to the Invaders. I want to say this earlier. I know somebody on Reddit was asking if they do bring back the Oakland Invaders, do they go to silver and black? I would hate that. The Oakland Invaders of the USFL, I will stand by, had arguably the single best uniform / logo in all of spring football history. If they change from the light blue and yellow to the silver and black, man, that'd be like the worst change. That'd be an even worse change than whatever they did with the Gamblers and Roughnecks. They gotta, if they do come back, they gotta stick with that OG color scheme. Absolutely classic, clean AF looks. Again, massive block for the Battlehawks right there, forcing that one. Now the Battlehawks get the ball back, still 13-2. Again, it ain't looking too good for DC. Ain't looking too good for my game picks. I'm about to be 0-3 this game, but you know, it is what it is. Blocked field goal is diabolical. Absolutely wild. One of my friends is a Nebraska fan, and when Hill was the QB, asked how it felt that one of our linemen was playing QB, bruh. DC might not even score again. Honestly, true. There's a good chance they don't. It just ain't looking good for them right now. That was a really good shot to do it, and they get the field goal blocked. That's just so rough for them. Definitely not good. 13-2 might happen. I'm from Sacramento, California. Sac State seems to be on the rise. New coach, new facilities on the portal and whatnot. I'm going to attend some games this year. I hope it's good. I know I've only been to one Bearcats game. They played ECU here like a couple years ago. I was at that game. Absolutely great game in the second half. We ended up dominating them. But that was a fun game to go to. Hopefully we'll be back soon. 2026, I believe. I don't know. I wouldn't know. I don't follow enough overall college. It's crazy. It's already week 10 in the UFL. It feels like the season just started. It really is wild. Like, this is what makes you realize, like, because you view it like the NFL, where, like, the NFL is just this long trek because of how long it is, because the regular season ends up being, like, damn near 20 weeks, especially if you include preseason. It is 20 weeks. Then the playoffs. So you get basically, like, 25 straight weeks of NFL football. So you're, like, you have that same mindset heading into the UFL, even though you know it's only 10 weeks. But then once you're, like, 5 weeks and you're like, damn, we're almost done. Because there's no preseason. The preseason is just, you know, practice. There's no preseason games. So once game one hits, you know, you're in the season, and then you're just like, you're over. I mean, I remember when Callywood posted my playoff scenarios picture on the Reddit, like, the top comment was like, man, I can't believe we're already at this point in the season where there's playoff scenarios. And it's, like, so true. This season, the fact that we have 2 more weeks of football before the UFL is over for the season is insanely rough. How you get your field goal blocked, bruh. They hand the ball off. And it's going to be a first down, and then some. It's about a 15-yard. It's about an 18-yard rush. Absolutely great play by the Battlehawks ground game. They might put up more than 13 points. Oh, my goodness. Absolutely wild. Great play by them right there. Don't hurt the poor guy, bruh. Great play by the Battlehawks right there. Don't. 27-15 final. That's asking for a high-scoring game. I don't know if we're going to see that many points in this half. In shotgun. Ball is snapped. They hand it off. And it's going to be bounce. He does not get tackled. He gets tackled. He's still on his feet, but he goes out of bounds. It might be about a yard gain right there. Bro, we're getting moved to Shanghai, bro. Okay. Dude, the Shanghai Showboats would go hard, though. They can go with the Shanghai Sharks, where Ben Simmons plays. Oh, that's a classic meme, bro. The Ben Simmons Shanghai Sharks jokes. Those were great. 2nd and 9 for the Battlehawks. Mexico Showboats. Under 10 minutes left in the third quarter now. Time to learn Mandarin, buddy. Ball is snapped. Looks to the middle of the field. Looks to the left. Throws is going to be caught at about the 40 or about the 37-yard line. Nine minutes, 15 seconds left in the third quarter right now. Helmet gets hit off, bro. It's great. Again, this might be a bad game for the DC defenders. This could be rough. 3rd and 5. We got 9 minutes left in the quarter right now. Shanghai Show with move to the ELF, bruh. The T moves okay. 3rd and 5. Let's see what they do here. Under 9 minutes left in the quarter. And now Jackson's going into the tent. Doesn't want to, but he's going in shotgun. Try to draw him offside. Doesn't work. Ball is snapped. Looks to the left side of the field. Quick little screen pass, or not even a screen, just a check down. And he stays on his feet, and he gets about 2 yards. This is going to be short of the first down, but it's still going to be a couple yard gain. They're going to be forced to either kick a long field goal or punt here. Let's see what they do. Yeah, this will be a longer field goal, but this was kind of a free drive considering how you got it. I would honestly kick this one. I would go for the kick. Looks like they might be keeping the offense out here. Let's see. They got the offense out here. I get this is kind of in no man's land. Again, you do know that you have a kicker that's not really a 60-yard field goal kind of guy because he didn't miss the long one, a couple weeks ago. But this is definitely a bold decision. Let's see if they get it. They're in shotgun 5 wide, 3 to the right, 2 to the left. Silver's in shotgun, gets the snap, looks to the middle of the field, throws it. It is a bad throw by him, incomplete pass. That was a bit too shy of a pass. Not a good one right there. I'm not a huge fan of that. I would have either tried the very long field goal or I would have just done a different play call. Not a great one. Incomplete. Hard same. Do you think Michigan Panthers will have most of their starters out tomorrow? It'll be interesting because so far most teams have been resting a couple of key starters, but not all of them. Again, there's a big question because guys like Javin White, I don't remember if he's inactive. I know someone could check. But I know like Javin White is like off IR. I know Colburn still hasn't played since coming off IR. I know Speaks played a little bit last week. It'll be interesting to see. I would imagine they at least play a little bit, but they're definitely not going to play the whole game, especially with Rocky Lombardi getting the start tomorrow. But we'll see. Dallas Showboats, bro. Yeah, let's put another team in Texas. Let's just put him in Dallas. We'll also have him play in Choctaw, but call Dallas. DC fans, bruh. Right, ESPN, stop posting PLL and start posting some UFL. Come on. Yeah, people are talking about how there's been multiple safeties in the UFL. This is just the first time this year, and people are laughing at the clip. It's just great. Put those back up. Not another roster spots. Zomb's game has been brutal. Feel bad for DC fans. I mean, hey, this is a bad weather game. I think it's always fun to watch a bad weather game. I mean, the DC fans that are still there, man, they're having a great time with that beer snake. I mean, the beer snake section is like fully packed. I mean, hey, we've been kind of lucky, right? Basically, this is for Birmingham not getting delayed because Birmingham's always the one that has the weather issues, and they've been almost none for them this year. So instead, Memphis and DC get hit with bad weather. So, it's a trade-off. Now, does it suck that the game that has no competition on Friday night is the one that has a delay? Absolutely. But this is still a very fun game and all that. DC and Crimea River. Bro. Excuse me, UFL in the wild? What kind of whack commercial is this? The beer snake, dude. Why do we have to see beer snake every 2 minutes? Is it great, but bruh, come on. Brown was 1-8 this season. Last season won the championship game. I mean, you lost both your coaches on both sides of the ball. You lost your offensive guy because of issues with the head coach, and the head coach, left because of, health issues. So you lost your offense, for how much he sucked in the playoff game. The bottom line is Chase Garbers was a much better quarterback than any of the guys you've played this year. So that hurt. Your defense just hasn't been the same. It's definitely rough. But this bad, I mean, they're literally on pace to be the worst team on a point differential sense in this era of spring football. Incomplete pass from Mike DeLillo on first down. I like the silver lining. Weather games are exciting to me and the fans. Their visceral experience being soaked like that while hammering on the beers. They just unfortunate about the delay. The delay sucked. I do agree that. I mean, we had some fun Sporkle quizzes, but the actual delay sucked. But it is great that we at least have the game being played now. It's not being delayed till tomorrow. Even with the running clock, this game is probably not going to end till close to 11:30, but we'll see. 7.5 minutes left in the third quarter, and we're already at 10:30. Ball is snapped. Fake the handoff. DeLille looks to the left side of the field. He's going to throw to Abram Smith, who catches it out at the 40-yard line. And he goes out of bounds just about a yard shy of the 45, so it should be at about the 44-yard line. Yeah, the fact is, at the moment, the Brahmas have the worst point differential in this era of spring football. So if they lose, they're just adding on to their record. And at that point, it makes it unarguable they're the worst team in this era of spring football history, which is hilarious. But we'll see. We'll see if they get the W. Worst case is that they can win tomorrow or win on Sunday and still hold that record for worst point differential. Which then it's an argument between them and the Maulers. 3rd and 3. Ball is snapped. They hand it off to Abram Smith, who, looks like he's shy. Looks like he's about half a yard shy of that. I would go for this if I'm DC. They're going to be about a half yard shy. Oh, are they giving him that bad a spot? Ooh, that might be a rough spot. He should be about half a yard shy, but they might be calling him about a yard and a half shy. It's still a tough one. I'd still probably go for it. You need to put up some sort of points. So I do like this decision by Shannon Harris to go for it. It was a bit of a bad spot, but not as bad as I thought. It's about a full yard. I do like going for it here. Let's see if they can get this one. In shotgun, ball is snapped. And there is going to be a timeout called by DC. My Brahmas always making history one way or the other, bruh. Zomb do a count on the top 5 best and worst. The worst I probably couldn't do. I could do like 2 worst, but like I don't know if I could do overall. Top 5 best. It's hard because I didn't watch every XFL game in 2023. I watched a decent amount, but I didn't watch them all. Not counting that year, I know there's the great Guardians DC game, but USFL, you'd have the Season 1 opener, you'd have the 2022 championship game, you'd have the North Division championship between the Maulers and the Panthers. You'd have both Stallions Battlehawks games of the past couple of years. I mean, right there, that's already a pretty damn good top 5 list. Again, you could put DC Guardians on one of those spots. I think that would be a pretty solid top 5 best spring football games, honestly. Yeah, I definitely think that the whole Stallions moving was just trying to generate buzz. I believe that was the article Mark Perry wrote, not Mike Mitchell. I think that was just to do that. There ain't no way they're moving the Stallions. I think that was just him trying to blow smoke and make the article bigger. That's definitely not happening. That's why I said if I'm going to include him in that video, it's just to make fun of him, but they definitely ain't moving. They hand it off, cut to the left, and they get the first down just barely, but he gets tackled forward. It's going to be about a 3.5 yard gain. 3-10 in a 10-game season is wild. Yeah, but like funny names. Because, I mean, like the Stallions, like, yes, was that number on Mother's Day bad? Yes, but it was Mother's Day at 11 a.m. local time. Like, you really thought that was going to be a good attended game? Like, come on. So, I mean, like, that was definitely just him trying to make something out of nothing. They ain't moving. 1st and 10 for the DC Defenders. Like, we all know if any team is moving, it's Houston or Memphis. Anyone else. 1st and 10 for the DC Defenders. Bangkok Shots. Ball is snapped. Look to the left side of the field. Throws it. It's a deep pass to the left. It is going to be an absolute beautiful catch. They're going to have it in the red zone at about the 17-ish yard line. That was the best throw by Mike DeLillo all night. Sanders with a beautiful catch. Oh, they're calling it incomplete. They're going to have to review this. They're going to review this. The call in the field is incomplete. Let's see the review. Let's see his replay. Doesn't have it, doesn't have it, doesn't have it, still doesn't have it. Borderline has it there, but they're not showing where he is in the ground. That was a bad angle to show. We got to see. Let's see. That's 1 foot. Again, not a great angle. That's a close one. Still doesn't have possession. Still doesn't have it. Still doesn't have it. Has it about there. I don't think this is a catch, but I haven't seen a true definitive angle yet. They're probably going to have to do some sort of combining angles to see when he officially catches it. Because he didn't initially catch it. He caught it a bit later. Let's see this angle again. I don't think this is going to be overturned. I do think that this is incomplete. You can't... That's right there, that angle they just showed with where they stopped it. You can't definitively tell from that angle if his foot is out of bounds or inbounds. If they had a better angle, they could. That's definitely... Whatever the call in the field is, it stands. You cannot overturn that either way, so it's going to be an incomplete pass. Based on what we saw, I think that's correct. Again, it's one that if it was called a catch, you couldn't overturn it. That one angle that looked to be perfect did not show whether or not his left foot was out of bounds or not. So it's one where you have to, whatever the call in the field is what it is. They rush for about a 4-yard gain. They're going to be forced to either, this is going to be about a 3rd and 5 here. First mic of the night, I believe it is. They may have had him appear for like one time, but I think that is the first time. Yeah, that goes back to the rule, right? It has to be obvious to be overturned. That was not obvious to overturn. Whatever was called in the field was going to stand on that review. Sucks for DC, but at the same token, right, you could argue Sanders should have initially caught it. If he caught it at first instead of having it bobble, it was great that he still caught it, but if he had ended up catching it initially, it would have been a caught ball, would have been a massive gain. But there's 3rd and 9. They only gained about a yard. That's a pretty rough spot for him. Let's see what they do here. Ball is snapped. Looks to the middle of the field, throws it. It's going to be caught about 5 yards shy, and he gets about 2 more yards. It's still going to be about 2 yards shy of the first down marker. You already went for it once. It's week 10. You were playing backups. I'd go for it again. There's no point to punt it here. If you're not going to punt it on your own side of the field at a 4th and 1, might as well go for it on 4th and 2 on the other side of the field. I do like this call once again by Shannon Harris. At this point in the season, just go for it on 4th down. Unless it's like 4th and 6, obviously. Putting pretty much every receiver on the right side of the field, including a running back being up to the right. Oop, motion Smith to the left side of him. DeLillo is in shotgun. Ball is snapped. They fake the handoff. DeLillo's going to run. He breaks a couple tackles. He gets the first down. Gets to the 35, the 30, the 25, and he's going to be out of bounds at about the 25. Really solid play right there. He's able to break a couple of tackles initially to guarantee that first down for the defenders. Great play right there. This is looking like a really good drive by DC. Even though, of course, they're having to convert 4th downs, which does not indicate a great drive, they're getting the job done by any means necessary, which you love to see in this kind of game. Great play by DC. First down, DC defenders. Again, that was a great play. Right there, Abram Smith was able to get one defender to bite on that, and that's all you needed. I wouldn't say so. That definitely felt like they didn't have the right angles because there wasn't an angle on... Ball is caught at the left side of the field, and he gets about a yard and a half. The biggest issue is they didn't have a great angle on the actual line itself, because the one angle they showed that looked solid, you couldn't tell if his left foot was out of bounds. That's not a bad review, more so that's bad camera work by the stadium people not having that kind of angle. That's an angle you have to have, is where his foot actually hits the out of bounds. Basically, if this is the line, right, this is the out of bounds line, it's in here, you should have an angle going here. Instead, they had one from, like, there, so you couldn't see it. That was a bad call right there. But review-wise, you just couldn't really overturn it. That was more so on the camera crew not doing a good enough job in their hands. Or the stadium, whichever one you want to blame. They run it up the middle. It's going to be about a couple-yard gain. Again, not a great play on 2nd down. But they are in that borderline. They are in legit field goal range here. Again, as long as they don't get their kick blocked again. So they'll at least be able to cut this lead back to being a closer lead, back to an 8-point game. We'll see, though, if they can at least score something here at 3rd and 6. Lil Cam's calling a fumble. We'll see if that happens. Just here for the DC turnover at the end of the drive, bro. You got 2 people calling it, I should say. We'll see if that ends up happening. 3 receivers to the right. Running back to the right as well. Ball is snapped. Looks to the right side of the field. He gets pressured. He ran into pressure. He's still on his feet, and he gets sacked. It looked like he was about to pull an Eli Manning in the Super Bowl, but instead he just ran right into a Battlehawk defender, tried to turn around, hit another one, down. There's 45 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. We will be heading into the 4th quarter. The first real play after the field goal, which they should be kicking here. You can make it back to an 8-point game, make it a 1-score game. Obviously, you have to make a 2-point conversion. We'll see, though. James Larson's calling it. There's been actually multiple safeties before. It's so great the UFL messed that one up. That is hilarious, honestly. I did not want to open up that. No, that's not what I meant to click on. Kick is up. It is no good. McCrane missed it. DC has still not put up a single point on offense all night. Their only points were from a safety. My goodness. That kick was never even looking good. That's just wild. I just keep going for it. Game means nothing. Backups everywhere. Screw it. Yeah, if you're within like a 4th and 4, I agree. I would just say go for it. F it. Why not kind of thing. 13-2 is actually happening. I mean, seriously, you had one kick blocked and you just missed a kick. That's absolutely wild. DC bullying a Brahmas, bro. That was really bad for DC right there. I'll be back in a second. I gotta get a drink. I'm literally down to like one drink right now. That's like almost done. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get a drink real quick. I lied. I got 2 drinks. So, yeah, we got 2 drinks, chat. I want DC to suffer. Another team has to lose by only scoring 2. Okay. There we go. We all need a drink. We're going to be rich. Okay. 2 drinks better than 1, obviously. Hey. Didn't expect this stream to be as long as it is. This stream's going to be like another like 30, 40 minutes. I mean, hey, I'm not complaining. My throat's going to complain, but I'm not. Pretty ain't complaining. She's still lying on her chair over there. Just vibing. Having a good time. But yeah. While we're in commercial break, let's see. Mike Mitchell, no Mike Mitchell tweet yet. Stats for the game so far. Again, upgrading the RAM so far has worked. Usually we have a little bit of a crash at some point. Haven't had any issue with the stream whatsoever. I think it's moving smoothly. Definitely a good decision for me to upgrade that. St. Louis is over 50 yards more than DC. They have 208 yards compared to DC's 151. Rush yards is actually almost identical at 108 versus 104. But St. Louis is 105 passing yards to DC's 59. Both teams abysmal on third down. They combine for 3 of 16. DC is dominating time possession by 10 minutes. St. Louis has fumbled 3 times but hasn't lost one, whereas DC has fumbled once and lost it. So those are some of the big stats right now. Sup, Trevor? Well, the delay was wild. The fact that we still have a full quarter to go and we are already at 10:50 because of the delay is absolutely wild. I mean, it's just insane. Upgrading the PC, figure out the issue with the Wi-Fi has definitely been great for this stream, making it run really smoothly. Haven't had a stream work this smoothly in a while. Rush up the middle, and he gets tackled about the 35-yard line. Because even when my stuff was working last week, having like multiple tabs open usually slowed things down. I haven't dropped a single frame tonight, and my CPU usage hasn't even gone above 15%. Upgrading the RAM is definitely a massive W. Stream is half game, half showboats hate. Okay, bro. How many shuts have we seen in 2022? I only remember Zamal was shut out for obvious reasons. There's been a couple. Obviously, the championship game between the Brahmas and the Stallions. I think there was one earlier this year that I can't remember for sure, but there's usually about 1 a season, roughly. I think that's about right. There might be a little less. Like, it might be an average like 0.5 per season, but something like that. We've certainly had a lot of recovered fumbles this season, both defense and offense. I feel like it was just the Brahmas. I forgot the championship. I went to the Maulers with Showboat shutout. That game was awful as a Maulers fan. Man. The Maulers, man, what a team. The Pittsburgh Maulers are such a wacky franchise for those 2 years. Hell, even the 84 season, if you really want to count that one, they're just a wacky franchise. Had this great home opener because everybody wanted to throw stuff at their quarterback, and then they had terrible attendance the rest of the season. That's a really interesting one. If you're going to watch one of those old videos on the channel, the brief history of, Maulers is a pretty solid one. Even though those videos, man, not my proudest videos, but hey, those were some of the early videos. Like the Breakers one was like one of the first videos to break over 1,000 views. It was classic. But yeah, just rewatched the Stars of the Show, and I don't know where all those fans went. Hey, it was the first ever game there. I mean, hey, it's the same thing with the Generals Stallions. That very first game in 2022 was massive, and then it just never was the same. In and out of reception, but listening when I can. This game, it's been a wild one. I mean, we did some Sporkle quizzes during the delay, and I might do one more at the end just to appease the... Well, not appease, but because I kind of want to, and because I had a vote that we didn't get to do. So be on the lookout for that after the game ends. This has been a wild stream so far. Again, having a delay during the stream, haven't had it happen before. Thankfully, the game did not get delayed till tomorrow. That would have been awful. But yeah, I mean, massive. Again, I'm just glad that all the upgrades and things I changed for the PC worked. That would have been really, really awful. It did. I will say though, upgrading their PC, man, I have a newfound respect for people who do that. Like, to upgrade my RAM, I had to insert the 2 RAM sticks in it, and then it still didn't work and only recognized one of them. I had to go into a specific setting I never even knew existed to reset it, basically, and then it recognized the upgraded RAM, and I was like, okay, thank God I didn't have to go back to like a 40-minute drive to like Best Buy or something to go get a new one or something like that. But it works, so it's massive W. Just chill and watch the game. Been a pretty fun stream. Really excited about the playoff streams. Yeah, I don't know how it'll work fully because I usually don't open 2 OBS tabs, but the tentative plan is to try and open 2 OBS tabs once we hit like the end of the first game and heading into the second one. To basically have both streams going at the same time and then close the USFL one to go to the XFL one. Because in fact, I don't want to have it be this thing where I'm having to like do one full stream because the title just doesn't work right with how long it is. I mean, my title basically barely fits the names. But it should be fun doing back-to-back streams in the championship. I will be live streaming that game. Again, normally I'd be there, but like I said, I was not going to spend like $1,000 to go to St. Louis for one day or stay there 2 days and do nothing aside from the game. I hate that I'm not going to it. I was really hoping to go to every UFL championship game, but I really was hoping it was going to be in Audi Field or at least Birmingham. Because at least Birmingham have an excuse to see some friends in Georgia, but we'll be live streaming it. I might try to do something, try to get somebody else on. I don't know. We'll see. It'll be something else. Stock up on drinks, true. Yeah, 6 consecutive hours of streaming, which will probably end up being about 6.5, is going to be fun. Ball is snapped, they hand it off to the right. Going to be tackled for no gain. I mean, obviously I haven't done 2 streams in a single day ever, because obviously this season was the first year I did 2 streams a weekend, and obviously it was a Friday night and then another game, so yeah. I always just start that kid, play the ball game, more drinks. Okay. Really expensive 2022, so maybe a factor. Yeah, that's true. A lot of ticket stuff got expensive. I think, this weekend had, like, no ticket fees for, like, if you got it at a specific time for all these games, which is definitely going to help attendance. They need to go back to USFL ticket pricing, right? They've been kind of raising the price every year, which is the wrong decision, but we'll see what they do next year. 3rd and 7 for the Battlehawks. In shotgun with 14.5 minutes left. Ball is snapped. Fakes the quick pass, and it's a delayed handoff. DC actually ended up catching that one. We're able to stop him short. Another failed 3rd down. Again, we have seen a ton of failed 3rd downs this game from both teams. So it's going to be 4th down for the Battlehawks. We are officially 9 minutes away from hitting the 3-hour mark of the game. It will be interesting to see when this game ends. Obviously, the running clock, how much does it actually help? Because we had about a 47-minute rain delay. So that means, obviously, if the game ends at, let's say, 11:47, that means that the running clock worked to an extent. Well, it technically means it didn't work because, obviously, but we'll see. Not taking so much as everything else. People got extensive. True. Kick is up. Going to be recovered at about the 20-yard line. Runs to the right. Cuts to the middle, and he spins and gets tackled down. I mean, it is true. A lot of stuff got expensive. Gas got a lot higher. I mean, back like a few years ago, it was like literally like $2 a gallon, at least in NC where I was. Now it's like been solid like $2.50-ish to like $3 borderline for like a while now. Groceries obviously kept going up, so it's like you have less money to spend on other things. So you have mix of not having as much money to spend mixed in with a lot of, obviously, the ticket prices themselves going up, and it gets you to where we are here. So yeah. Make Iowa's offense look good, deserves a Bustin' can. Don't even need to play in the league, bro. I'm from Columbia, so Mizzou all day. And also with college football these days, a lot of nation transfers every year. And then NIL, baby. I know we got a lot of NIL issues all the time, which is also another thing with college football that I'm not a huge fan of. Again, I've always never been the biggest fan of the idea of NIL to an extent. Like, to an extent, you should be able to get paid for what you do, but not by the school itself. You should just been allowed to do other things. Like, I know there's always issues with, if you, like, oh, you make money on YouTube and you're trying to be on a team, you can't do that. Like, you shouldn't be paid by your school to go somewhere. Like, your name, image, and likeness should be purely stuff that is truly different, like a Topps trading card deal, like a Panini deal, like YouTube stuff. It shouldn't be directly the schools basically paying for you, which I'm not a fan of, but is what it is. It's so lame. It doesn't matter anymore. True. Dude, even in, like, professional sports, it barely matters anymore. Hockey's, like, the only one where it still matters to an extent. Thank God for Hulu. Bruh, true. Because, I mean, like, especially, like, for games, like, the closest team for me in any sports league is literally, like, 40 minutes away from me. No, I think there's one that's closer. Yeah, I think there's one that might be a bit closer, but, like, for any major league, it's, like, it's so hard to be near a team, so you have to not only account for how much it's going to be to go to the game with tickets, how much you have to pay to drive there, how much you're going to pay at the game, and then, obviously, the time you miss, it's just a lot. I agree. Loyalty incentives would be great. Like, you know, the NBA has it to an extent with the Supermax stuff, but it's not to a degree enough for it to really matter. And the fact is, if you end up signing a Supermax, you end up crippling your team in terms of the money aspect of it, so yeah. Have the give a bonus for staying with the team. Like, it is a shame that, like, we're probably not going to see somebody like a Tim Duncan or a Kobe. I know Kobe wanted to leave for a few years, but you're not going to see, like, those guys stay on their same team for, like, almost 20 years, right? In the NFL, you're not... I mean, with Brady leaving the Patriots, I understand there's a lot of issues with Belichick. Like, that's something you never thought you'd see. Like, seeing a Drew Brees play for the Saints his whole career, odds are Mahomes might just leave and go to, like, let's say, I don't know, the Rams in, like, 10 years. I mean, who knows? We'll see. I mean, March Madness has been that same way for a while, though. I mean, like, teams like Duke have always, I mean, UConn and the women's side. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're, like, a blue blood program, it's always going to be good. I mean, March Madness has been, like, the same issue for a while, but in the football, I think it's actually worse. Because certain teams that have the money are going to keep spending money. It's like the same issue with the MLB not having a salary cap, where a small market team just almost never can compete with a big market team. Rolls out to the right. DeLillo's rolling. Throws it. It is going to be an incomplete pass. It was too low of a throw, but at least it's incomplete, not anything worse. CFL versus UFL Championship, IFL versus indoor winner plays winner. Will be something else for sure. It's going to get worse now. NIL is a... It'll be interesting to see how the college landscape and really all the sports, mainly basketball and football, like, no offense, but how many people really watch the College World Series. It'll be very interesting to see how those two sports are in, like, 10 years. 2nd and 10, 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Running back to the right. Ball is snapped. Looks to the middle of the field, looks to the right side of the field, looks to the left side, throws it. It's going to be caught. Breaks the tackle, but he gets hit at the ankle, so he's going to be down just shy of the 30-yard line. Still a really solid play. First down for DC with 12.5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Again, DC needs to score at least 2 separate times. Can get a field goal and an 8-point play or 8-point touchdown. Obviously, touchdown, 2-point conversion. Or just 2 touchdowns. Cannot let St. Louis score again, at least not a touchdown. St. Louis scores another touchdown, that's basically game over, especially how the clock's going to keep running, but we'll see. In shotgun, motioning receiver from the right to the left. 2 receivers on both sides, running back to the right. Ball is snapped. They hand it off to the left. Oh no, DeLillo kept it in the middle, and he gained about 2.5 yards right there. 4 new posts, not, so no mention of that yet. Open all the tabs up again. There we go. 2nd and 8 for the DC Defenders. Just under 12 minutes left. There is a St. Louis Battlehawk down right now. College football and basketball is going to change a lot here in the next few years. Also, a lot of FCS teams moving up to the FBS. I feel like we'll have way more teams moving in the next 10 years. I know another big talk is the conference is moving, obviously. Excuse me, like mainly football, how like the Pac-12 basically died and has to like rebirth itself with new teams. It is really whack how you went from these regions to now having teams that are like nowhere near the region. Like I have a couple teams in the SEC who are nowhere near the southeastern part of the country. It's hilarious, but I mean, hey, we've seen that in other sports leagues to an extent as well. Like NFL divisions, like the AFC East, I get they're all in the East, but you got a team all the way in New England, you got a team in Florida. Like, what are we doing here? You know what I mean? Like, what is that? Like, it's wild. Then hockey, like the NFL, because at least with the conferences, it's, I get it's about like NFC, AFC, NFL, AFL, but even then it's like, it's hilarious how like you can't have the Giants, let's say, with the Jets, Bills, and Patriots. That's a division that would make perfect sense. They're all right next to each other. But it is what it is. It'll be like 140, 150, which is just wild. And we'll probably see the same like 5 teams make the playoffs every year. That's going to be the best part. Like those Texas teams are always going to have money to be at least somewhat competent. You would think. But we'll see. It'll be interesting. Also, the NFL, will they eventually go to their 18-game schedule? We all know what's going to happen, but when will they do it? Will they end up trying to make the season last till, like, President's Day weekend? It'll be wild. It'll be wild for sure. We're officially at 11 p.m. in about like 30 seconds. So this game, again, the running clock has worked to a pretty solid extent. Again, we got less than a quarter left. So as long as this game ends before, I'd say 11, like 30, it did its job, making the game not too long, but we'll see. Giants, Bills, Patriots, Rams wouldn't make sense, but damn an NFC. Okay. However, Penn State has always been in the Big Ten for damn forever now. I mean, some of these teams moving all the time, it's pretty wild. Like, yeah. It should go to 2 buys for sure. I mean, dude, making players play 18 weeks. No, it should go to no buy. Why not, dude? Screw bye week. Everybody gets no bye week. You just play 18 straight weeks. Playoffs is not even a break for the playoffs. You go straight into the playoffs. That would be great. Bro, F the players. I mean, they don't care about them anyway. They only change rules arbitrarily and then blame health and safety when it's not true. Like, come on, man. Yeah, we banned the hip drop tackle because we don't want to hurt players. That's why we're also going to make a new addition by adding another game to the season. Like, sure, buddy. I agree with that. I don't think the NFL should add any more weeks, though. I agree. I really hate they even added a 17th week. 16 was such a staple. 2nd and 8. Ball is snapped. DeLeo looks to the right. Rolls. He's going to throw it, and it's going to be caught at about the 40-yard line for another first down. Though I will say, I do love how it's exposed a lot of casuals to an extent. Like, Eric Dickerson saying, you know, Saquon shouldn't play. He's not really breaking my record. Like, Dickerson, if you're going to be that guy, technically you don't have the record. O.J. Simpson has the rushing record because he did it in 14 games. So it's like, when people act like, oh, these guys don't break the record, have that same energy the other side, right? Like the sacks record, passing records. Like, you can't have it both ways. Either the guys who played in 14-game seasons count, or it's whoever has the best record. Handoff to the right, and he gets about 1.5 yards shy of the line of scrimmage, so it's going to be about a yard loss, 1.5 yards. It's like when TJ Watt like tied the sack record. He missed the game, but it still was, you know, a 17-game season, so does it really count? Some people say it doesn't, some say it does. Again, how many games did he play? It's wild. I mean, it really is. Though I will say, Night Train Lane's record ain't never being broken. His interception record is never being touched, ever. If you know that record, it ain't never being touched. 2nd and 11. And all for more money. True. It is all for money to move those conferences. 2nd and 11. 10.5 minutes left. Ball is snapped. DeLeo looks to the left side of the field. Throws a little dump off. Caught. It's going to be about a 5-yard gain. Maybe a bit less. Overall solid one right there. Going to be a longer 3rd down again. At this point, just go for it on 4th down as long as it's within 5 yards. So play this where you could potentially run it back-to-back again. I know using the ground game for the DC team is a high risk, low reward kind of play. But we'll see. Sacks allowed. They're acting like 3 sacks allowed is like horrid. I mean, this O-line has been really good this year. It's what's really aggravating about the ground game not being good. 3rd and 6. They need at least about 3 yards here, I'd say, to make it a really good 4th down conversion. They're going to throw it. They throw it. It's going to be caught for a first down. And he gets almost to the 40-yard line in St. Louis territory. He's going to be stopped at about the 41-yard line. Still a really solid play by DeLeo to the receiver. Again, DeLeo's looked a lot better the last couple of drives. Again, his overall stat line is still not all that impressive. It's solid completion percentage-wise, 13 to 20. But obviously the yardage being like just barely 100 is not great. But, you know, this is his first start and only 2nd game really playing, you know, legit snaps. So you got to give him some credit there. In shotgun, 2 receivers on both sides of the ball. Running back to the right of DeLeo. Ball is snapped. Looks to the middle of the field. Looks to the left. Quick throws. It's going to be caught for about a 4.5, 5-yard gain depending on exactly where they spot him. New post, nothing. Okay. I heard that this fall for college football they changed the whole playoffs first round bye thing. I'm not a big difference, but I think it's a good thing, more balance. I get why they did it, but at the same token, like, it is kind of aggravating. It's going to allow for some shenanigans with certain teams getting ranked higher than they should be. I honestly did like how it was. It rewarded conference play, which is what I really liked about it. 2nd and 4, ball is snapped. Looks to the right. Rolls to his left. Throws a deep pass to the left. It is an incompletion, literally to nobody. Like, I did like how it made winning your conference really matter. Now it has absolutely no real meaning. Because you could finish 2nd in the conference and you could still get a first-round bye. I think that's kind of whack. I like how it rewarded you getting that conference win. Especially if you're like a group of 5 team like Boise State and you end up having such a great season that you're better than a certain Power 4 conference. It makes it such a big deal. So if you're a group of 5 team, it's basically just designed to have a token group of 5 team that gets bounced in the first round. Like, I'm not a fan of that. I did like how it was. I think people complaining about it should have just not complained about it, but it is what it is. Quick throw to the right. It's going to be caught for the first down and out of bounds about the 21 or about the 19-yard line. Solid play for DC. Again, they got to score something here. 7.5 minutes left. They can get a touchdown here and the 2-point conversion. That would be huge for them. So we'll see if they can at least get a touchdown. Again, they have 6 points left on the board from a missed field goal and a blocked field goal, which both have really hurt them. Really rough game for DC, but hey, there's still time for them to make this comeback. 1st and 10. Oh, about the 30-yard line, my bad. I said the 20, 30, my bad. Still close. Ball is snapped. Handed off up the middle, and he bounces to the left, and he's going to be tackled at about the line of scrimmage. I liked how it rewarded conference play, too. The problem was Boise State played in a weaker conference, and they got this bye and got smacked in the second round. I mean, we've seen that before with other teams as well getting smacked in that second round, and to a point, they were still ranked higher than, like, what was it, Clemson that won their conference. So it's not like they were, got a reward for nothing, because they still played in a conference and had a better schedule than another team that won, which is the whole point of why it was so shocking a group of 5 team got that bye. So I don't think that it works fully, though I know Arizona State may not have been the greatest one, but I don't know. Ball is snapped. Still rolling out to his right. Still rolling to his right. He might be running for it, and he gets about 2 yards right there, maybe 3. People were pretty much saying, why would I want to watch Boise State get smacked? I mean, that's the whole point, though, of the 12-team format. Like, when you made the 12-team format, you did it knowing most first and second round matchups are going to be bad. Because you went from a 4-team playoff format to 12. Think about it. We've seen 4-team playoff formats where you had blowouts. I mean, the championship game between TCU and Michigan was a blowout. So that's the one thing I hated was that argument. You knew there was going to be blowouts. There's always going to be blowouts. Like, unless you make it a really awkward conference standing where you have the 1 seed play the 2 seed, which you never would do, it's always going to be like that. Timeout called by DC with 5 minutes and 53 seconds left. So to that standpoint, I don't think that's a realistic argument is about getting a blowout. Like, I remember when Cincinnati made the playoffs and got their asses handed to them by Alabama. That wasn't even the worst loss the last, 3 years because there was that, Michigan State team that got, annihilated in the first round. So even with a 4-team playoff format, you still had absolute belt-to-ass kind of games. So that argument really doesn't work. So I think that I just dislike how conference play matters so much less now. Let's call it like it is. It's a way to make it to where as many SEC teams possible can make the playoffs. That's what it is. Just to force them to use up time so we can use up time. If you're St. Louis, man, you just got to try and eat up as much clock as you can when you get the ball back, that's for sure. So it was only the first one. I think teams will adjust in future years. It'll be interesting to see how next year goes, but I feel like this is a lot just to try and force as many SEC teams into the playoffs as possible. I know that they didn't end up putting Alabama because of a lot of backlash, and some people complained about how earning it versus getting it, and it's like, dude, to a point, you have to earn it, right? You win your conference championship or you have a better season, you should make it versus a team that doesn't even qualify for the championship game. 3rd and 10. 2 receivers on both sides of the ball. Ball is snapped. DeLeo looks to the left. Quick throws is going to be caught at the 25-yard line. Gets to the 23, the 20. Hurdles, gets to the 15, and he gets tackled about the 13-yard line. Massive play on 3rd down. DC gets a first down right there. 5 minutes and 40 seconds left in the game. Or Big Ten, because those two conferences make most money every year. Hey, it is true. The more money they bring in, the higher those people who determine which teams deserve a playoff spot are going to get it. Yeah, I still remember, Alabama, man. Dude, South Carolina and Ole Miss both deserved it more than Alabama last year. I don't know how Alabama fans could complain. Bro, you weren't even the most deserving team that missed the playoffs. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Ball is snapped. DeLeo looks to the right side of the field. Throws over the middle. It's going to be caught about the 5-yard line. It's going to be tackled about the 4.5 or the 3-yard line, depending on exactly where they give him field position. Overall, though, it's a first down within the 5-yard line. A really solid play by DC right there. Again, DeLeo's looking a lot better the last few plays. Love to see it. Again, you can get a touchdown here and a 2-point conversion. It makes it a field goal game. You still got to stop St. Louis and not let them waste too much time, but it'll be really helpful making it a 3-point game, and if they kick a field goal, it's only a 6-point game, which you love to see. It is 2nd and 1, so they still have a chance to eat up a lot more clock, which isn't good for DC, so let's see what they do here. Throw it to the left. Is going to be caught for a touchdown. It is 13-8. DC finally scores on offense. It took them almost the entire game, but they have finally put up points on offense. 13-8 with 4 minutes and 40 seconds left. They're going to have to go for 2 here to try and make this a field goal game. Remember, Indiana made it. I wish that... That was, yeah, Indiana making it. I know people complain about it because they're paper soft schedule, but, like, I mean, it was pretty hard to deny that team with, like, only one loss or whatever it was, but yeah. I really hate how Notre Dame didn't get the job done. I almost called that. I picked Notre Dame to win it all, and I felt like such a genius. And hell, nobody had him making it to the finals, so at least I called that right. But hey, they're going for two. Let's see if they can get this. They're in shotgun. Two receivers on both sides of the ball. One running back to his right as well in shotgun with him. Ball is snapped. Looks to the middle of the field. Quick throws. It is going to be a bad throw by DeLilo. Underthrew that one is incomplete, so it is a 5-point game. So St. Louis can score a field goal. It will make this an 8-point game for St. Louis. I'm like amazed DC is making a game of this. I mean, especially with the two misses. I mean, if they get those two field goals, they're winning right now, which is the worst part of your DC fans. That you missed the field goal and you had one blocked, which both really hurt. Three of 18 on the season. That is such a awful stat line. Like, that's almost, that's inexcusably bad. I agree. I know statistically Birmingham I think is still better, but I think overall I do think that St. Louis is the best overall defense in the league. Like, if I were to have one team that I feel like I could trust to try and win me a game, I think it's St. Louis' defense above any other team. A healthy Michigan defense, maybe. But obviously they're not going to be healthy. Even if they get both Javin White back fully and Speaks, they're still not without Gidna. But even then, the Battlehawks defense for like 2 straight years has been an excellent unit. I definitely think they're the best in the league. Again, 5-point game, under 5 minutes to go. We'll see what St. Louis does here. Again, St. Louis, they just get a few first downs. They can end the game, especially because DC has already used a timeout. That is a very important thing to remember. DC has used timeouts in this half already, so they're not going to be able to stop the clock that often. So St. Louis realistically could win the game here. St. Louis passes the eye test, just a bit better than me on Michigan. Yeah, I mean, a fully healthy Michigan defense has a case, but again, they're without Gidna for sure, and White might be back fully. I know he's off IR, but that doesn't mean you're going to play. So yeah, St. Louis is definitely the best defense in the league right now. They're like the only one I'd say is truly elite, followed by Birmingham in that great tier. And then after that, it's like Arlington's defense is statistically a great unit, but obviously it's like Arlington's defense in the first 3.5 quarters versus Arlington's defense in the last half quarter, right? You know, it's a big difference there, but yeah. Let's see. We're at 11-11. Surely we have a Mike Mitchell tweet coming out, right? I guess not. Just dudes. Bro, they're trying to make a shirtless pyramid in DC. What the hell? No Mike Mitchell tweet yet. Kind of shocked. I know DC is usually a bit later, but you would have expected there would have been one considering everything that's going on right now, but it is what it is. The Battlehawks, is that Shaven Cordero, I believe, who sadly has not played at all this season. Again, this is a very close game. DC is going to be kicking this off. St. Louis, it's 4 minutes and 40 seconds left. DC has used a couple of timeouts, or at least one. So they are without one timeout, which is definitely a big plus for St. Louis. St. Louis could legit win the game on this drive if they play it right. Just run the ball. Don't throw incompletions. Keep it inbounds. They can take a lot of time off the clock. If they get a field goal, it makes it a touchdown, 2-point conversion game, so you'll see. Yes, Duggan and Teamu both did not play, and DC's down to one timeout. Both teams still have their super challenge, so there is that, but DC only has one timeout. So yes, both quarterbacks did not play, and Sailors also sat out. Those are the main 3 guys that sat out. Pretty much everyone else played today, but those 3 did not. It's a fumble. DC has the ball. No way. What did I say? What did I say? I called this. I said there would be at least one muffed kickoff or punt. DC has the ball at about the 30-yard line, or about the 30-yard line they have it. Oh my goodness. It ain't over till it's over. Oh my goodness, that's a W. True right there, Gary. It ain't over till it's over. Got hit while he was trying to run with the ball, and it just got punched right out of there. DC has the ball. Oh my goodness. I knew this game, I said it. It was a good chance that this game is decided by one muffed kickoff. It wasn't like a muff on the kickoff itself, but it was just a couple seconds after it. I said that would happen at least once. This is the 4th fumble for St. Louis. They were able to get their first 3 back. They lost this one. Oh no, they're giving it to the Battlehawks. They're keeping it for St. Louis. Wow, it's a massive benefit for St. Louis, and they're putting in Chaven Cordero. Okay. So St. Louis did get the ball, but they are playing Chaven Cordero right now. He's getting his first snaps of the game. Massive break for DC. They called that ball for St. Louis. I thought they got the fumble, but they did not. So it is St. Louis ball with 4.5 minutes left. They're playing their technically fourth-string quarterback, Chaven Cordero, right now. They're with 2 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. They hand the ball off on first down. They get about 5 yards on the first down play. Again, DC only has 1 timeout left, so they can only stop the clock with a timeout and, of course, the 2-minute warning. So they need to try and get a 3-and-out or at least on the second first down. But they did give the ball to St. Louis. St. Louis was able to recover the ball. That's a massive break for St. Louis. But again, there's still a chance for DC to win this. They gave him 7 yards. It's a really, really good spot for them. But yeah, league rule, St. Louis gets the ball. I forgot about that, yeah. 2nd and 3. Again, Cordero isn't a quarterback. This is his first snaps all season. He was injured for part of the season, and he's back for this game. Obviously, he was back a couple games ago. Hand the ball off again. It's a first down. Ooh, it might be about a yard shy. Let's see. Lars tweeting, make it pro debut. Yeah. Let's go to here, right here. Pull those back up right there. 1st and 10 for St. Louis. 3 minutes left. DC has to pretty much stop him here. Odds are they're going to lose this game. Ball is snapped. They hand it off. They do get a tackle relatively early. It's only about a 2-yard gain right there, so that's a really solid break for them. Back over here. I'm not seeing anything about the fumble right now. Trying to see, but not seeing anything of that, so I can't say anything right now about that. Again, they still have a shot to win this game. They get a stop here. 2nd and 9. They hand it off again. He breaks it, and it looks like he's going to get the first down. They're going to be able to run this clock down to the 2-minute warning. 1 more first down, and St. Louis does officially win this game. Bad break for DC, not being able to get that stop on 2nd down right there. Absolutely wild what's going on right now. We're taking this game as serious as any. Meanwhile, they put in their 4th-string quarterback, so he's capping. 2-minute warning, 13-8 against DC. Has only 1 timeout left, so a single first down, St. Louis wins this game. Again, if you're DC, you're going to look back in this game and you're going to realize you lost this game on those 2 field goals. For those of you who either did not see the whole game, joined recently, or something else happened, DC had 2 field goal attempts. One of them was a blocked kick, and the other one was a just straight miss. Those 2 field goals are good. There's a very real shot DC wins this game because obviously saying everything else stays the same. They will be currently winning 14-13. Instead, they missed those 2 field goals, and it hurt. And even with that, they also missed a 2-point conversion attempt after their touchdown because their other 2 points were from a safety. So they have left a grand total of 8 points truly on the board. That's what's really hurt DC in this game. And again, not being able to pick up any of the fumbles. St. Louis has fumbled multiple times in this game, and they've just not been able to pick them up, which has also really hurt them. Let's see. Fumbled, Forsyth, recovered by Lattilis. Okay, so yes, they said that Darby fumbled, but it got recovered by Lattilis. So again, 4 fumbles forced by DC, or just not forced, but 4 fumbles by St. Louis, and they did not pick up a single one of them. Those 2 things, what's really going to hurt them. Yeah, I just saw that too, Steven. I just saw that it said that Lattilis got the fumble. So yeah, if you're DC, those 2 things have cost you, the fumbles and the field goals. The fact that you did not get a single one of the fumbles, and I know a couple of them were on bad snaps, so it's hard to guarantee that you get those. But a couple of them, you should have tried to get at least one of them. Instead, you didn't get any of them. And obviously, the 2 missed field goals. Both those really hurt you for DC, and hence why you're probably going to lose this game. Which does mean that on a technical standpoint, St. Louis will clinch the number 1 seed legitimately with this win. That's another important thing to know, that they win this game, they legitimately clinch it. If DC wins, then they clinch it, but they get screwed over not being able to the home game. So yeah, good. I was about to say that too, Adam. Good point to bring that up. DC fumbled 1 time and St. Louis got it. So you've had 5 fumbles in this game, and the team that only fumbled once lost. The team that fumbled 4 times never lost it. First down ends the game. In shotgun, ball is snapped. They hand it off. Rushes to the left, gets 5 yards, and he gets the first down. This pretty much should be game over. Yeah, DC not calling a timeout. That's basically game over right there. This could be the Battlehawks year. It really could be. Again, like I said, in theory, St. Louis should beat DC. DC is not a playoff team in terms of how they're built. That's the biggest issue for DC, is that they're built as a regular season team. They are a pass-first offense with a very weak ground game, and their defense is just not all that great. DC kind of pooped their pants in the game, didn't take advantage of anything. Yeah, I mean, 4 fumbles, you didn't get any of them. Not missed, but you missed 1, and you had 1 kick blocked. Those are both really rough to see, just not good. I do agree. I think most people do hope it ends up being the Battlehawks versus Panthers. That would be a very, very fun matchup in the finals, or in the championship game. So again, this one will also mean that St. Louis officially clinches the number 1 overall record on the season. They will finish the season 8-2, which is the best overall record in the entire league. So congrats to them as well on that front. DC will finish 6-4. They will still be a playoff team, but obviously it will be a 6-4 record. So that means they split the season or the series against St. Louis in this game. 2nd and 9 for the Battlehawks. Ball is snapped, handed off, and it's going to be just tagged the line of scrimmage. And the running clock did work to an extent. Again, there was a 47-minute delay, but this game is going to end at about 11:21-ish or 11:20. So it did work, cutting off about 27 minutes, so solid there by the UFL. Again, the Battlehawks will win this game. Yes, so I know some would say, technically speaking, obviously, both teams would be playing it differently if the 1 seed was fully up for grabs, but on a true technical sense, yes, St. Louis legitimately earned the 1 seed winning this game. So for them, they will take this. 0 of 3 to start the week. Not great, lol. Yeah, not a great start for my game picks. Definitely got this one wrong. But again, it was a wild game. So, yes, it is over. It is 13-8 is the final score of the game. Again, just one of those where it was, again, one team got the W, one team didn't, obviously, and the team that got the W, yeah. So, it is what it is in a lot of ways. You know what I mean? Let's extend this some. No, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go. There we go. Move that there. Open 5 years talking about the Battlehawks dynasty. I agree. St. Louis really rebounded good after 2-2. I mean, hey, it's a big thing. This is a 6 straight win streak for the Battlehawks. They're riding a massive win streak. You got to give them a lot of credit for that one. Absolutely beautiful for them. I mean, it's huge for them. The fact they're on this win streak, and again, they're built for the playoffs. As long as you get a good game from Sailors and a solid passing game by Duggan, you will have a great ground game against a team that's defense is not all that great and that doesn't have a ground game. As long as you're able to somewhat slow down that passing attack from DC, there's really no way you get beat by DC. That's why, I know it's a spoiler to my video that it's going to come out next week, but St. Louis losing would be a true failure of a game. It would be more embarrassing than their loss to the Brahmas last year, because their team is built for the playoffs. They're a team that got rid of A.J. McCarron to have a dual-threat quarterback, to where even if he's not passing it well, you can use the ground game with Sailors. And again, you have this great duo on the ground of Sailors and Duggan. When they're both working well, they're going to give you a great game combined. So when you have them, it allows you to have a very dynamic offense. Whereas the defenders, their offense is just F it, go deep. Their ground game, they basically do 5 brush plays. You get one for about 5 yards, one that maybe breaks 10, and then the other 3 are like 2-yard losses. Like the only way DC wins is if their ground game is somewhat okay. Because if it's like what they got tonight or what they got really any other week in the season, they're kind of screwed. But again, it's every Sunday. You only have one game. If you get the W, you get the W, right? If you pull off the upset, you get the win. You go to the championship game to face either the Panthers or the Stallions. But we'll see. I'm out the God's ears, brother. Spring League will survive. We gotta hope so. Kozlaw, Sup Deebs. Michigan versus St. Louis would be great. XFL Championship game next Sunday. I believe it's next Saturday. Both games are next Saturday, I believe. It's, let me fully confirm that. But they're both on Saturday. Yeah, June 8th is a Saturday. No, it is a Sunday. You're right. No, yeah, you're right. My bad. They're both on June 8th. Okay, so they're both on Sunday. Yeah, I thought they were on Saturday for some reason, but they're still, so they're both in the same day, which is a big thing for, yeah. Let's scroll down here. Final score, repost that. Spring football, or UFL scoregami. Still no news about the attendance. Won't get that for a bit. I thought a merger would make the Spring League a household name. I mean, hey, it made it a much more known name, especially when you consider something like... okay, I had the wrong thing up. Wait, which one? Oh, that's right. This is one I don't need. I mean, it's made it a more known league, especially with last season, how it's gone. So it still definitely has worked, just hasn't made it as big a name, but overall pretty solid. Showing the odds, yeah, DC is a plus 470, the worst odds to win the championship, which isn't shocking, again. They're just... When you compare them to the other three teams, even though they have the guys probably win MVP, they're just not as good. They did definitely exceed their expectations. I mean, that's why I say Shannon Harris deserves Coach of the Year award. I know it's not the best record in the league, but what he did versus Anthony Beck versus Mike Nolan versus Skip Holtz is much more impressive. Being the interim coach and making this team better than expected. We thought this team would miss the playoffs and potentially be the 4 seed in their own conference. Instead, they're the 2 seed making the playoffs. Got to give a lot of credit to Harris for that. And I do hope he comes back instead of going to, Tennessee State with Reggie Barlow, but we'll see. It'll be interesting to see for sure. DC Defenders did... it was a solid season for him. So, I do think it ends in the playoffs next week. I do think they lose to St. Louis. Will they? We'll see again. I should be streaming both games. I can't fully confirm that yet, but I do think we're going to do both games. I know we had a pull out earlier. I think I'll do one more, quiz before we head off and sign off for the day. So, in terms of the UFL stuff, we'll be done talking about the UFL for a bit. I put out a poll earlier about whether or not to do like a zombies quiz, a Pokemon quiz, or a... What's the other one? I forgot the other ones. Or a sports quiz. We did a ton of them. I feel like doing one more before we end the stream. Get close to that 4-hour stream mark. But yeah. Battlehawks winning it all, of course. They got a good shot. This is their year to do it. The fact is that this team is really built for the playoffs in a lot of ways that their past couple of teams weren't. Last year's team's offense wasn't good enough for the playoffs. It's what really damned them. And that's even before the injury to A.J. McCarron, because they only had a couple good weeks of offense. But this one is just such a solid one. They got a really good shot at winning the championship this year because they should make it there relatively easily. And again, they've beaten both Michigan and Birmingham. Now, can they sweep them 2-0? That's a tough question. But if they're going to do it any year, this is their year to do that one. So I guess we'll end that part. We'll just do one more little quiz for fun, because we did have that one poll, so I want to go back to the poll where the Pokemon ended up winning by a pretty wide margin. So, again, why is this in Spanish? There we go. So, we'll just do this. So, again, for those of you who are going to head out right now, again, thanks for joining the stream. Make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoyed this one. Have multiple videos coming out every week. We're going to do this 151 Pokemon quiz before I head off, just because I want to do one more. I think it's fun doing these quizzes. So let's just go for it. For those of you who know, I'm going to cover chat for this one. Let's do this one. Yes, I just kind of want to do this, but let's see how well I can do in this one. Spelled that wrong. There we go. This should be a fun little thing to do. Again, these are always fun to do. I haven't done one of these quizzes in a long time, so doing a ton of them has been really fun today. I'm glad I got an excuse to do them thanks to, the whole delay, but we'll do this one because of the fact that chat kind of wanted this one earlier. And obviously the delay ended up ending as soon as we were getting this one. So we'll see how we can do here. I don't know exactly how well I think I'm going to do in this one. This is obviously the easiest one just because everybody knows these ones compared to other gens, so there's a few that you always forget about. Butterfree. Beedrill. Oh, I forgot Kakuna. Let's see how many of these I can get in somewhat order before I end up having to go somewhere else. Pidgeotto. I forgot the D. Pidgeot. Nice, massive W. We're going to get a decent... I hope I get at least 100. That'd be a massive W. I know some people might be shocked if I can get 100. Yeah, random basketball quiz where I did pretty good. UFL teams, all of them did it pretty well in WLIF. I mean, pretty much can do a lot of these pretty pretty well. So I know a lot of things. There's some things I don't know a lot, but some things I do know a lot. Oh, how do you spell primate? Was it primate? I forgot. Okay, so we might be screwed here. Oh, there we go. Machop. Machoke. Machamp. Still got 20 people wanting to see this. Again, let's see how well I can do it. Can I get 100? I got 25, I got 13 minutes left. Let's get some of the legendaries out, some of the easy ones. Zapdos. Articuno. I forgot that Mew does that. Mewtwo. Dratini. Dragonair. Dragonite. I'm currently leveling up a Dragonite on my copy of Platinum for the Battle Frontier, so that should be a fun one. Man, this is where I usually start to kind of fall off is at this point. I never fully played the Kanto games. I just don't like the experience of it. I think it's the worst experience of any game, but hot take, I know, but that's kind of how I feel about it. Ooh, I'm already kind of forgetting. Growlithe. Forgot the R. Arcanine. Got that one. Tangela. Nice, got that one. There's a couple of like really random ones I'm forgetting. Ditto, classic. So we got Ditto, late game Pokemon, Aerodact. Some of these are just, I can't believe I spelled that right like first try. Massive. Kabutops. Really? Oh, I did Kapu, not Kabu. Okay. Oh, there's a single Pokemon there. I ain't getting that one. Oh, who's okay? Chat. For those of you here, I can't. I'm not looking at chat. I'm trying to remember how these ones are. I'm a star. We doing good, chat. We doing good, guys. Again, we'll talk a little bit more UFL once I finish this quiz before we head off. I'm basically trying to make this stream 4 hours long and say we did a 4-hour stream because of the delay and all that. Oh, this is where I'm gonna kind of forget. I gotta remember the gym leader Pokemon. Oh, okay, Starmie. Starmie, Staryu. Those are Misty, Psyduck, Golduck, Snake backwards, and Cobra with a K backwards. Muck, Grimer. Man, we doing good, chat. We had 53. My goal is 100. If I get 100, it's a massive W. Yeah, for those of you joining recently, the game is over. We're just doing this, drag the stream up to 4 hours. I have this covering chat so I can't see. Early route Pokemon. Who am I forgetting in the early game? Oh, Farfetch'd. Fetched. There we go. That's another one you probably would forget if you didn't do it now. Graveler. Geodude. This is before they made Pokemon that have like no idea why their names are pronounced the way they are. Like the fact I got Aerodactyl first try is a massive W. Trade Evolution. They got Machamp. I got Alakazam. I got Golem. Rhyhorn. And Rhydon. Tentacool. And Tentacruel. Yeah, this is... Again, we did a few quizzes earlier. I'm doing pretty good on this one. Gotta flex my knowledge on Pokemon as well. I'm not just a sports guy. I'm also a Pokemon guy. Gotta flex that a little bit. Though at this point, I'm not looking too hot right now. I'm kind of forgetting some of them. Gengar, Ghastly, Haunter. Got that one. That's not Sabrina, but that's that one gym leader. Magnemite. Oh. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's bad. Oh, no, I spelled this wrong. There it is. Magneton. There we go. No Magnezone, that's not till Gen 4. Dude, how is this, like, this early route, like those first two? How do I not have that many Pokemon there? Early route Pokemon, oh. Pikachu. It's Pikachu. Okay, that's two more down. I'm forgetting a pair right there. That's not good. Oh, I'm forgetting this thingy. And Raticate. I love how it's a Rattata with 2 T's and it's Raticate with 1 T. Awesome. Chat, help me out with not helping me. Like, say something that I can visualize, even though I can't see chat whatsoever. I know those of you here, I know probably half of you still talking about UFL, half of you trying to do this one. Oh, there's a few I'm forgetting. I'm trying to think of the Pokemon you surf. Magikarp, Gyarados. Oh, I can't believe I got that one first try also. Water Pokemon. There's probably a few more water Pokemon I'm forgetting, and so with Poison. Who do they use? They use Zubat and Golbat. Who else does Team Rocket use? Oh. Meowth, that's right, and Persian. That's 2 more at 76. If I can get 24 more, I'll call it a massive W. I'm going to keep going until I can't think of any whatsoever, and I'll give up or time goes out. But let's see what else I can think of. So early game, who does Erica have? She has Tangela, Oddish, Gloom, and Vileplume. Almost forgot about those ones. There's a couple classic ones. Or did Misty, or did Brock? No, I didn't. Onyx, forgot about Onyx. Okay, so I don't know who Blaine has. I don't know the rest of those ground type Pokemon. Blaine has some sort of fire types. I can't remember. That's right. Ponyta, and Rapidash. There we go. We're at 82. Massive. Okay, Pokemon 151. Trying to think of that set. Think about who the EXs are. Jigglypuff, Wigglytuff, Clefairy, Clefable. Chad, I hope you're impressed about my Pokemon knowledge. Even though it's Gen 1. Honestly, Gen 5 I might do better. No, I wouldn't. There's a lot of very forgettable Gen 5 Pokemon. Okay, so there's a trio I'm forgetting. There's a couple of 3 evolutions it looks like I'm forgetting, which isn't good, obviously. That's not good. I'm trying to think who else is in Mount Moon. Paris and Parasect are in Mount Moon. So that's an... Oh, thank God. So Paris and Parasect are a couple I was forgetting about. Bug-type Pokemon. It's not maybe... Ooh, Pinsir. And that other one. Oh, what's the other one called? Scyther. Oh, we're 10 more, chat. 10 more and I hit my goal of 100. That's the bare minimum I want is 100. I basically want to get like 66%. Though it'll be like 60 little under... Probably 65 with rounding. But hey, it is what it is. So there's another single evolution I'm forgetting. Ooh. Chansey. Tauros, those Pokemon, the ones in the Safari Zone. Kangas. Oh God, how do you spell Kangaskhan? Oh, first try. Okay, I'm honestly really impressed with myself. The fact I got Aerodactyl and Kangaskhan and even Farfetch'd like first try is wild. I think those are the main rare ones in Gen 1. And there's a few other ones, but I can't think of them on the top of my head. I know there's a couple evolution lines, especially in that 96 to like 110 area. That's a lot. That's probably in the game where I usually don't get to. Ooh, Voltorb. Electrode. Boom. That's 2 more, chat. We're at 5 more, and I hit my goal of 100. Trying to think of gym leaders. I'm forgetting gym leaders. Sabrina has psychic types. Jinx. That's another one I forgot. Jinx. Mr. Mime. That's another one I forgot. Still don't get that one at 143. I have no idea who 143 is. It's probably some really bad Pokemon that shouldn't be there. Those are Gen 2 Pokemon. Let me think of Gen 2, because Gen 2 is a lot of gym leaders that use Gen 1 Pokemon. They don't. Ooh, that was a good thing. I thought of Kingdra and... Ooh, it's Seadra and... Oh, I forgot what the first one's called. Seadra evolves from... I forgot the first one. I know the first one. I think of it. Horsey. Boom. One more if we get 100, chat. One more, you hit 100. We got 5 minutes left. Maybe I can hit 110. That'd be a massive W. This is where it gets hard for me. Once I get to like these 50 left, because there's so many just whack Pokemon in Gen 1 that I always forget about. Okay, what ones are really broken? Can't think of them. Ice types. I think there's a couple ice types I'm forgetting about. Oh, Seal. And Dugong. Got those ones. Aerodactyl, Charizard, Gyarados, and Dragonite, who Lance uses. So I know got all of Lance's Pokemon. Bruno, Hitmonlee. Hitmonchan. Bam, 2 more, chat. I can't believe we're getting this. I hit over 100. Okay, we've got to keep going. There's a couple of 3 ones I know there's a couple of 3 evolutions. Like, there's some early game ones I just can't believe I'm not remembering. I mean, I was playing Fire Red, like, a little bit ago, but there's some that I just don't remember. Diglett, Doug Trio, Sand Shrew, Sand Slash. Bam, there's 2 more right there. I didn't know they were that early in the Pokédex, honestly. Got Ditto, got Muck, got Grimer. Ooh, Coughing, James's Pokemon, and Weezing. Who does Ash use? Ash uses Charizard, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, Butterfree, Pidgeot, Krabby, and Kingler. Bruh. There we go. I thought I did ER first. I guess not. So use those. Uses Tauros. Can't think of other ones. Oh, that's one of the three I was forgetting. Politoed. Oh, that's right. Politoed's not in this game. It's Poliwrath. That's right. He's not till Gen 2. Poliwag. Poliwhirl. Boom, that's the three I was forgetting right there. I knew there was a 3 evolution right there I was forgetting. We're at 114. Oh my god, chat, we might hit 120. Okay, Onyx. There's a 2 thing there. There's a couple of 2s right there, I bet. There's a 3 there. There's a 2 there. There's probably 2 3s there. Who else is a triple evolution? Who else is a mid-stage evolution that I can't remember? Again, water type. Who was Gym 4? Gym 4 was Koga had Venonat, Venomoth. Venomoth. Boom. That's 116 out of 151. Who had art rares in 151? No, who was in Evolutions also? That's another set I can look back on. Evolutions. I have a binder lytic right there. It's not full, but I have a decent one. No. Already said that one. Early game Pokemon. What was this early game? Man, that's a rough one. I can't believe this. Like, that 29 to, like, 30 is going to hurt. Because I know there's so many Pokemon I should get there that I just can't remember off the top of my head. There's probably more water types I'm forgetting. Okay, so I named Koga. Helped me out. Got me some of the poison ones. Koga. Sabrina. Doesn't help me. Lieutenant Surge. Yes, that does help me. Magby. No, it's Magmar. And Electabuzz. I was thinking about Electivire, but that's the evolution in Gen 4. I don't know why they added baby Pokemon for these ones in Gen 2. They needed evolutions, which did eventually get in Gen 4, but hey, Gen 2 was a wild time. Togepi, no, it's Gen 2. Ooh, base baby Pokemon that evolved into something else. Nope. Doesn't help me on all of them. I'm probably one I'm forgetting, but those don't help me at all. What other ones do you get at the end of the game, or who do you use? Persian was OP. There's more psychic types I know I'm forgetting. I know there's some psychic types I'm probably forgetting. Already said Mew and Mewtwo. Who else was really good in Gen... Oh, chat, this hurts. I know there's some really basic ones that I'm going to get flamed on. I know that some of those 12 people in chat know Pokemon. They know a couple of these that I really should know that I'm forgetting. I'm just completely spacing on. I know there's probably one more bug type evolution I'm forgetting. There's probably a 3 that's really obvious near that Machamp. I mean, yeah, it's another one in that area, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. Trying to think of major battles in the anime. Eevee. Did you know Vaporeon in terms of human and Pokemon? I'm gonna stop. I almost forgot though. That's 4, like, almost completely forgot about those 4. That'd have been a rough one. I would have hated seeing that I forgot those ones, especially considering Leafeon's one of my favorite Pokemon. I mean, I literally have 3 Leafeon things on my desk. Typhlosion, no, Gen. Okay, so chat, we cooked. We gonna let the time expire. We cooked. We did a good job. I'm gonna see what chat's saying. I guess like me good thing to stream now with this. It is. Panthers used to be a bad team, now consistent playoff team. I'm nice to meet you. Oh, let's see. Nidoran. That was a rough one. I should have gotten that. Bellsprout and them. Should have gotten those. Slowpoke. I would have forgotten these ones. Never would have gotten those. Forgot. Should have gotten some of these. I'll take it. Average score 67%. I'll take it. So we're gonna literally have this go for like a minute and a half longer. If you enjoyed this stream, make sure to like this one, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We do at least 3 videos a week during this season. Again, the season's almost over, but we're still gonna have a week review. Actually, we won't. We'll have a power rankings for next week, but the week after we won't. But we should still be having 3 videos a week for a little while. We're gonna get player awards coming out soon, as well as all UFL team. So those both are gonna come out soon. I have a video talking about the Showboats and Roughnecks and whether or not they should relocate. That'll come out in the next couple of weeks at some point. Then a Friday Night Football tier list. If you've seen all 10 games, I got to start working on that video. So that'll be another video I'll do. What we rate Friday Night Football in general, I think that overall it started off really slow, but the last half of the season had a lot of really solid games. TV ratings, at least it sounds like that the people in charge think they're all right, which is solid. But overall, it definitely was a little disappointing in the rating side. Attendance was kind of what you expected, though a couple teams like Michigan actually showed up for those Friday night games. Scheduling is a big question mark, though. These are supposed to be the marquee games. You had a lot of Brahmas games late in the season to the point where it's not that we, expected the Brahmas to be bad. We expect them to be good. But the biggest issue is the fact that it was just so many games. We had, like, the Brahmas. Like, they had 3 straight pretty much, which is wild. Same with the Battlehawks having a couple straight. It should be, like, very varied, right? You should max have, like, 2 teams play back-to-back on Friday Night Football. Overall, though, I like it. I hope it stays next year. I hope it keeps coming back. Because, as we get more teams in the league, we are going to gain regional games every single week. So if we can just keep Friday Night Football by itself, I'd love that. But overall, again, if you have been watching the stream, make sure to like, subscribe. Think about becoming a community member for 99 cents a month. You get an exclusive video, team emojis, a lot of other benefits and all that. We hit the 4-hour mark, so this was a fun stream doing some quizzes, doing that, all that. As always, guys, this has been Zomb Phox. Make sure you have a great night.